Dear friends, please rise for the President of the Republic. Dear Mr. President of the Republic, honorable speakers, dear colleagues, excellencies, dear friends, welcome to Åland, to Mariehamn, to the Autonomy Building, to the Parliament of Åland, and to the 34th Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference. You are now in a demilitarized and autonomous region, long known as the Islands of Peace. That carries a symbolic significance. It reminds us that dialogue, compromise, and respect for diversity can and should overcome conflicts. Åland is often highlighted as an example, the Åland example, an example of a peaceful solution to a potential conflict. Such a solution is based on respect for international law. That is the key. Considering the current situation within Europe, it is important to remember such an approach. In times of crisis, fair solutions can only be achieved through dialogue and cooperation, and only if all parties involved can accept them. Democracy is not about the largest and strongest ruling at the expense of the smaller part. Democracy is about the rights of the people, the right to be heard and to have influence. The past year of our joint work in the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference during the Åland presidency has been a year shaped by turbulence in Europe and in the world. In times of turbulence, it is important that we have stable parliamentary cooperations like the BSPC, where we, as elected representatives from the democratic states and regions of the Baltic Sea, can meet, exchange experiences, and get to know one another, where we can engage in a freer form of diplomacy than perhaps presidents, ministers, and ambassadors can do. Parliamentary diplomacy is becoming increasingly important. It is about building trust. In an era where people's different views of the world are becoming increasingly fragmented and partially polarized, where political messages bubble up and burst around us like bubbles, where the very concept of truth is eroding, it is more important than ever that we meet face to face. This applies not only between politicians and politicians, or between politicians and citizens, but also citizen to citizen. When Åland assumed this presidency, I highlighted three pillars: security, sustainability, and democracy. Over the past year, we have collaborated across these pillars, starting in Helsingør at our 33rd conference a year ago. We have worked within our standing committee, in our working group on energy security, self-sustainability, resilience, and connectivity, and through dialogue with international partners from Reykjavik to Vilnius, from Ostend to Riga, from Helsinki to Strasbourg, from Stockholm to Rome. On security, we have addressed the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. We have repeatedly condemned it in strongest possible terms. We have focused on the consequences of this war for our Baltic Sea region, on hybrid threats like cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns, on the vulnerability of our energy supply, and the Russian shadow fleet that is threatening maritime safety and our environment. The ships are here, not far from here, every day. You can't talk about security without talking about sustainability, our second pillar. Our working group has provided very important input. It is clear that our grids must be adapted to renewables, that offshore wind, hydrogen and storage solutions can make us independent of fossil fuels, and that critical infrastructure must be better protected against hybrid threats. The input from the working group has shaped our draft resolution and will remain a valuable resource for all parliaments and governments in our region. On democracy, we have continued our cooperation with partners such as the Council of Europe, the Nordic Council, the Baltic Assembly, the Benelux Parliament, and more recently, the Parliament Assembly of the Mediterranean, demonstrating that parliamentary diplomacy does not stop at regional borders. I have stressed that safeguarding democracy requires joint parliamentary action against disinformation, against authoritarian pressure, and for stronger civic participation, especially by our youth. Here I would like to address especially all you young people in the room. Welcome. It is wonderful that you are here, from different places in our region, of different ages, with different life experiences, with different backgrounds. You are all warmly welcome. It has been a particularly significant development to strengthen the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Youth Forum. BSPC is not only engaging in dialogue with younger generation. We have for several years now integrated their recommendations into our calls for action addressed to the governments. This year, the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Youth Forum has been organized in close cooperation with ReGeneration 2030 and their annual week here on Åland. Your recommendations will be presented today. Colleagues, as I hand over the presidency at the end of this conference, I do so with conviction that BSPC has once again demonstrated that parliamentary dialogue is vital. Our collective voices can make a difference. We have the ear of our governments, we have strong partners, and we're showing that during times of turbulence, parliamentarians can build bridges. It is becoming increasingly clear how all major political issues are interconnected. We cannot talk about security policy without talking about energy policy. We cannot talk about energy policy without talking about environmental and climate policy. Environmental and climate policy is foundation for human rights, and we cannot talk about human rights without talking about democracy and inclusion and participation. The Åland presidency aimed to remind us of the spirit of cooperation grounded in peace and sustainability. I thank you for all your trust, your engagement, and the friendship you have extended, and I wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you. And now it is my great pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Finland, please.
Thank you very much. Dear Speaker of Ålands lagting, dear Jörgen, distinguished parliamentarians, it's lovely to be back here in the Åland Islands. It's a bit of a nostalgic trip for me because when I was a kid we used to sail in the Åland Islands and the Finnish archipelago, and you'll know that there are over 6,000 islands here and 180,000 in the Finnish archipelago and lakes put together. Last night we had the opportunity to spend a wonderful evening at Klobben, which is one of these hidden gems. I don't know whether I want to reveal the secret, but to be honest, I do think that tourism in the summer especially, and in the fall and the spring, perhaps in the winter, will be moving up here from the south because the temperatures are very pleasant and the services are absolutely fantastic. But it's also a nostalgic place for me because in 1986, I actually got the bronze medal in the Finnish Junior Golf Championships, second playoff hole. But yesterday, I had the opportunity to play with two youngsters, rising stars, Alma and Hugo at Slottsbanan, which is a top 100 golf course in Europe. And it was a stark reminder why evolution is a wonderful thing, because not only did they hit the ball further than I did, but they scored much better than me. It's lovely to be here. The Baltic Sea obviously unites all of us coastal states. We share many common interests and, of course, values as well. In terms of interests, navigation, trade, culture, and, as was mentioned, a sensitive marine environment. But unfortunately, there's one country around the Baltic Sea that has decided to act in a way that undermines the safety and security of all of us. As long as Russia is not willing to take responsibility for the safety and security of our common sea, this responsibility falls heavily on us. And for me, this means both cooperation among governments, but also among parliamentarians. In 2006, when I was a member of the European Parliament, I wrote a report on the Baltic Sea strategy for the northern dimension, together with then MEP Thomas Henrik Ilves and others from the European Parliament. Security, infrastructure, and energy supply were the key topics back then, but many things have, of course, changed. On February 2022, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This marked a turning point in world history. I've described this as the 1918, 1945, or 1989 moment of our generation. We don't know exactly where the world order is going to tilt, but we know that it is changing, and it is clear that there's no going back. When I look around the room, I make an assumption, apart from the top echelon, that most of us experienced the end of the Cold War. This is a very similar moment, but at that time we saw, I believe, light at the end of the tunnel, and right now, in my mind, things are looking quite grim. Now, following the Second World War, the UN Charter outlawed the use of force between states, except in self-defense or as authorized by the Security Council. I think this is a sober reminder that war was actually not illegal before World War II. It was an accepted way of acquiring territory and economic wealth. The UN Charter, of course, today forms the basis of a world order in which wars of conquest are illegal, and they must remain so. But there's no denying that the world of rules and multilateral cooperation is under increasing pressure. The consequences of Russia's war of aggression are being felt around the world, not least in the Baltic Sea region. Relations between Russia and other Baltic Sea countries have been frozen. Establishing relations between Russia and the rest of Europe in one form or another will only be possible once a just and lasting peace has been achieved in Ukraine. And here I just pause for a second and note that peace mediation quite often is a test of patience. And what you have seen and what you will see in the past month and coming weeks is a pendulum that swings somewhere between despair and hope. But I think the key for all of us is to work hard towards a situation whereby Ukraine gets to retain its independence, its sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Having said all of that, I think the relations that we will eventually have with Russia will look very different from those that existed before Russia started its war of aggression. We cannot turn back the tide of history. Russia has violated the basic principles of international law, and that must not go without consequence. In the Baltic Sea region, the changes in our security landscape has also brought about positive developments. This is the silver lining, of course. Notably, they have encouraged closer cooperation between like-minded democratic nations in the region. And I can assume that all of you meeting here, say about 10 years ago, the atmosphere would have been quite different. Now there's this feeling of unity that we haven't had among the Baltic Sea states for a long time. The accession of Finland and Sweden to NATO following Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine opened new possibilities for our security policy cooperation. In January, I had the opportunity and honor of hosting a first ever Baltic Sea NATO Allies Summit in Helsinki. The meeting was organized in response to the growing number of serious security incidents in the Baltic Sea region. These incidents have increased due to Russia's so-called shadow fleet, which, as you said, is moving just around the corner, consisting of inadequately insured aging vessels in a substandard condition. The shadow fleet also, of course, poses an environmental risk to the Baltic Sea, an area that is particularly sensitive in this respect. And I remember, I think we mentioned in our Baltic Sea strategy report from 2006 that it takes roughly 30 years for a drop of water to enter the Baltic Sea and then leave again. So you can really see and feel how much this is a lake, unlike, say, the Mediterranean or the Atlantic. At the Helsinki summit, our aim was to develop a robust joint response to any actions, whether negligent or malicious, that damage or threaten the functioning of critical undersea infrastructure. We underlined that any such response must comply with the law of the sea, including the freedom of navigation. As a concrete joint effort, NATO launched the Baltic Sentry, a new mission aimed at improving situational awareness and deterring hostile activities. Regional bodies have also stepped up their efforts, as we can see here. For example, the Council of Baltic Sea States has decided to boost regional cooperation on protecting undersea infrastructure. I would particularly like to highlight the valuable work carried out by our authorities, including our border guard, the law enforcement, and the Navy. And I have to say that getting constant briefings of what our authorities do in the Baltic Sea and otherwise helped me to sleep quite calmly at night. This is what we call the Finnish model. Essentially, it involves a swift and decisive response in accordance with international law by competent and capable authorities. This approach has proven crucial for countering hybrid threats in the Baltic Sea. The practical, long-standing cooperation between our country's authorities, for example, on maritime surveillance, keeps our neighborhood safe. Whether here in the Baltic Sea region or more broadly at a European or global level, we must understand that the changes that are taking place and adapt to them. This requires that we act together resolutely. And let me finish by the following, dear parliamentarians. I'd like to congratulate the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference and this year's host, Ålands Lagting, on organizing this conference. I know it's a big thing for the Åland Islands and the authorities here, and of course, with that, also a big thing for Finland. We're very proud of the Åland Islands and the way in which work is conducted here. Åland is a unique and autonomous, demilitarized, Swedish-speaking region of the Republic of Finland. The history and status of the Åland Islands are a prime example of how multilateral cooperation can produce successful and lasting solutions. This makes Åland the perfect venue for your meetings, the islands of peace. I always encourage parliamentarians to forge international connections. The Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference is important, not least because the security situation in our region has changed, and we continuously face new issues of regional relevance. I also find it very valuable that sustainable, environmental, social, and economic development of the Baltic Sea region is a high priority on your agenda. I wish you all a successful conference. Tack.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your inspiring words. We shall now enjoy a musical performance by Miss Jenny Carlstedt, mezzo-soprano, and Mr. Marcus Boman on the piano. The program is first a song called Sen vår by Ålanders Lars, Karlsson, and Karl-Erik Bergman, and then we listen to Ave Maria by William Gomez. Please, Jenny and Marcus.
Since we are so many international guests, I would love to translate this poem. So the composer is a Åland Island composer, Lars Karlsson, and the poet is a fisherman and poet who wrote all his poetry about the Ostrobothnian Sea. His name is Karl-Erik Bergman, and he just turned 95 years old. And he wrote this poem that's called Late Spring. I wanted to cry out to you, spring, but my tongue will not obey. For in this icy landscape, I must for a while longer drag my longing on creaking sledges. How gladly would I sing about the swallows, but as long as the otters has only 2 small holes in the strait, I can't promise nothing.
Wow, a very special thank you. This one? Okay, you have the golden finger. Okay. As a very, very special thank you, Mrs. Carlstedt and Mr. Boman, for this impressive and beautiful performance. Even the second one, Ave Maria, I'm very impressed. Thank you very much. It's now my privilege to introduce Mrs. Antoņina Ņenaševa. I hope it's the correct pronounce. Vice Speaker of the Latvian Parliament, Mrs. Ņenaševa, the floor is yours. You see? So, dear President, and here we have more President than one. So, Honorable Mr. President, and actually our Latvian President, previous one as well. Dear colleagues, dear friends, and especially dear young decision makers. We meet at a time when Baltic Sea is more than just a body of water that connects us. It is also the front line of our security, of a strong partnership, and actually of a survival as well. So as a symbolic trip we all made to the Åland Islands one way or another, it was by sea. And anyone who chose to fly then were also forced yesterday to do the sea trip anyway. So we all saw those beautiful places. And as speakers previously already mentioned, that the Åland Islands is a very symbolic place to meet. And I can only agree that it's a unique symbol of a region where the demilitarization and autonomy have forced peace and stability for over 100 years. And this actually reminds us that peace is not an accident. It is the outcome of a political will, diplomacy, and also mutual trust. And we must remember that security is not built just through weapons, but through cooperation and trust. And for many years, we have warned our allies that Russia's aggression is not limited to tanks or missiles. It is hybrid. It is constant, and it stretches deeply into our sea. The Shadow Fleet does not only undermine the global sanctions, but it also endangers environment. And every voyage of these unsafe vessels is not just a security risk, it is an act of ecocide. This brings me to two interconnected aspects of our regional security. First, the military and geopolitical challenges. Russia's aggression has made the Baltic Sea states the front line of the European and also NATO security, as the Baltic Sea has become so-called NATO lake, and we feel it even stronger every day, that the responsibility for security in the region is on us. The war in Ukraine shows us every day that if Russia is not stopped, the destruction will spread further. Second aspect of our regional security is the environmental and informational dimension. The shadow fleet does not only endanger our waters, they also poison our information space. Because every ecological disaster is followed by a flood of disinformation, denial, and propaganda. We have become leaders in exposing those threats, in building resilience, and showing to the world that what Russia is really doing, both on land, at sea, and also in our minds. Colleagues, we are not new to this conversation. Each year, as the presidency of our beautiful regional cooperation, the presidency of BSPC changes, but we all agree on the same. Whether we met in Helsingborg or in Berlin or elsewhere, our conclusions backed by research on the state of the Baltic Sea confirms those risks again and again. But the key question remains follow. What follows from our conclusions? How powerful are our recommendations? How focused, how specific they are? It's what we definitely gonna discuss in upcoming days. And we do not lack knowledge. We lack decisive joint action. And I'm happy to see that our youth are at the forefront of our decision. And our decisions, as we see every year, our youth demand to be involved as equals. As we see every decision that impact our youth and the generation that follow. And it is a great pleasure to see how this format actually challenges us and allows for decisions to be made, finally joining forces. Thank you for this new format this year. We need decisive joint action against the shadow fleet. We need to treat ecocide not as an environmental issue, but as a part of our common security. And we need to continue investing in resilience against disinformation, against energy blackmail, against every attempt to divide us. Dear colleagues, the Baltic Sea has always been a bridge between nations. But today, it's also a test. A test of whether we can protect our environment and our security, because they are not separate. Without a clean, safe, biodiverse Baltic Sea, we cannot be secure. And without security, our sea cannot be clean. So let's not only meet and conclude, let's act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ņenaševa. Let me now welcome Ms. Yulia Navalnaya, leader of the Anti-Corruption Foundation founded by her late husband, Alexei Navalny, and chairperson of the Human Rights Foundation since July 2024. She has been described in media as the first lady of the Russian opposition. Mrs. Navalnaya, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear President Stubb, nice to see you again. Dear BSPC President Röblom, Thank you for having me. Dear participants of Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference, and it's new for me. I didn't know that you have also youth forum, and I really appreciate it. And I'm really all the time very involved, and like when the new generation of young people are involved in politics, I think that's great. And it never was enough for our country. Probably it was one of the mistakes. But we and our organization and my husband were trying a lot to involve young people in politics, and it's very important that you are here. Thank you so much. I'm deeply grateful for this invitation to speak at the opening of your conference. I accepted it right away because I see this invitation as both a political statement and a sign of understanding. A sign that you still see Russia as an inseparable part of your community, that you recognize that dialogue and cooperation in the Baltic region are impossible without Russia, that you understand that Putin is not Russia, that you understand his regime has no right to represent the true interests of our country and our people. This is, thank you. This is something I deeply believe in, and I fully share your approach. This is why I'm here as a representative of a different Russia, a Russia without Putin, a normal Russia, a Russia currently facing persecution and repression, a Russia that has practically been silenced, a Russia whose best sons and daughters have been killed, jailed, and forced into exile by Putin's regime, but also a Russia that still holds on to hope and to its dream. That hope is very simple, that Russia can be a normal European country, a country that does not wage wars, a country that works with neighbors for the common good. By speaking at the international forum like yours, I want to return a voice to millions of Russians who share that hope. It's crucial that their voices are heard, and I thank you for allowing me to speak for them today. It's a very difficult time right now for all the Europe. It's also a very dark time for my country, Russia, a bloodiest, most brutal, and most dangerous regime in decades has usurped power. A dictator who ignores every norm of international law. Even worse, someone who sees zero value in cooperation and partnership. A man who recognizes only force and the law of the strong. One fact truly struck me when I was preparing for this speech. The Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference was founded in 1991, and the very first meeting included a delegation from the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Even the Soviet leaders understood the value of international dialogue and cooperation. And now, and not only in 1991, the year of great hope for democratic change in Eastern Europe. It was true long before that too. Just 3 weeks ago in Helsinki, we marked an important university, 50 years since the signing of the Helsinki Final Act. In the middle of the Cold War, the leaders of the Eastern Bloc had the common sense to realize that without mutual respect and the adherence to clear rules, everyone would be worse off. I say this without any nostalgia for the Soviet past. I feel none at all. I am simply stating the fact. What was obvious even for Brezhnev is for Putin nothing but empty words. Putin loves drawing on for hours with his pseudo-historical lectures. He loves talking about international law and justice. But words don't matter, only actions do. And all his actions say one thing, he couldn't care less about law and rules. For many years, when we warned how dangerous Putin was for peace in Europe, nowhere did we find more support and understanding than in Baltic countries. Sadly, both our voices and yours went unheard. The further from Russia, the more blasé people felt about Putin and his regime. So what if he rigs election? So what if he jails dissenters? So what if he has imposed total censorship and propaganda? It won't affect us. He won't actually start a war. After all, there are laws, there are international rules. But now, on the example of Ukraine, we can see that mistake has cost us all a terrible price. Right now, we are in a Finnish town where everyone speaks Swedish, a town named by a Russian emperor after his wife, who born in Darmstadt, whose native language was German. It's a perfect example of how deeply intertwined European history is, and now in how Russia for centuries have been inseparated part of it. Mariehamn, like many towns in Europe, especially in Baltic region, have seen many rulers and changed hands many times. Based on historical lectures, multiplied side could claim that this territory should be theirs. It's always very easy to use history to justify aggression. That's exactly why, after the horrors of the Second World War, the world found the wisdom to set down principles of peaceful coexistence and cooperation. The Helsinki Final Act became the cornerstone of this process. No matter how each side understood historical justice, all participants of the conference agreed to reject forever the idea that territory could be acquired via force. Sadly, that lasted only 39 years, until 2014, with annexation of Crimea and the outbreak of war in Donbass. That was when Putin broke the world order. He was not punished. He was not held accountable, and then he went further. The lessons from this are very simple. First, not a single word from Putin can be trusted. He respects no agreements. Second, principles of law mean nothing unless someone is willing to defend them. When violations go unpunished, it only fuels the aggression's appetite. Third, as long as Putin in power, there will be no peace and no cooperation. I want everybody to understand this. Too great a price has already been paid for this simple truth, and I know it better than anyone. But I want to end on a hopeful note. Putin is not all the Russia. Even now, after years of propaganda and brainwashing, most Russians want peace, cooperation, and good neighborly relations with European countries. Millions of my country remain committed to partnership, peace, and mutual respect. The time will come when their representatives, elected in free, fair, and competitive democratic elections, will once again sit with you here in this hall at the same table. And I promise to do everything in my power to bring that day as soon as possible. And I wish your conference every success and productive discussions for prosperity of the Baltic Sea region, for this is our shared home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Navalnaya, for your remarks. We are now approaching the end of this opening session. Immediately after this, we will continue with the first session, which is the intergenerational dialogue, the role of youth in Baltic Sea cooperation. But before we move on to that, we invite all delegates to remain here in the plenary hall for this traditional family photo of the 34th Baltic Sea Parliament Conference. So we will start to organizing for that photo here. But thank you very much so far in this conference, and let's have a good one. Thank you. Who are we supposed to look at? Down, up, in the middle. Follow the flash. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we would like to start with our first session, so it would be great if you took your seats and come back into the room if you would like to attend. We'll wait for some more seconds. So, dear colleagues, distinguished youth delegates, friends of the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference, Mr. President Alfons, thank you so much for this worthy and touching opening ceremony. It was great, really. Thank you so much. So it's my great pleasure to open the first session of our conference together with my esteemed colleague, Himanshu Gulati. The session is entitled Intergenerational Dialogue, the Role of Youth in Baltic Sea Cooperation, or in other words, today is about listening to young people because their ideas are guiding lights to our shared future. This dialogue has become one of the flagship elements of BSPC, and I'm very glad personally that we have it at first session. This one, it's for the first time that we really give it that prominent space. So it's a unique opportunity where youth voices take the lead and parliamentarians listen, respond, and exchange directly with the younger generation.
Thank you so much, Carola, and it's indeed a pleasure to be gathered here in the Åland Islands. I would also like to emphasize that the BSPC attaches significant importance to involving young people, the coming generations, in the decision-making processes. And the BSPC parliamentarians have been listening to the youth proposals during the BSP resolutions throughout the years. However, today, we wish to give them an opportunity to conduct a direct dialogue with us, and instead of us involving the youngsters, we want the youngsters to involve us, the parliamentarians. At the end of the session, there will also be a plenary debate of youth priorities, and I would like to remind everyone of the contribution procedure. If you wish to comment or ask questions or be part of the debate, please use the request of the floor cards provided at your seats, unless you've already submitted before the conference, and the floor will be given in order of your registrations at the debate.
So now our young colleagues from the Baltic Sea Youth Forum and ReGeneration 2030 will guide this session. They have prepared today's program and will lead us through the intergenerational dialogue from this point onwards. So please remember, 31% of the BSPC nation population is under 29 years old, making youth a very important part of the population that is not yet in the position to fully participate in legislative process. So I'm very pleased now to welcome Kira Dinyan and Lando Reza, together with 3 young delegates who will now present the recommendations developed by the Youth Forum. Let us listen with openness and respect. The floor is yours.
Hello and welcome to the Intergenerational Dialogues. My name is Kira Dignan and I'm the Secretary General for ReGeneration 2030. We're an umbrella organisation for youth groups in the Nordic and Baltic Sea region that unites my generation to fight for our future in a just, sustainable transition before 2030. And we are run 100% by youth for youth. And it's been our absolute honour to organise this year's Youth Forum before the 34th Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference. And we are particularly grateful for this chance to experiment with a new format. So we are excited to be here today. Just for a bit of background, on Friday, after a month of online meetings, 135 of us young people from the Baltic Sea region gathered here in Mariehamn. So whilst you have been making your way here, meeting each other, starting the conference's discussions on Fögle, we have been in this building and in the Unken Youth Centre down the road discussing. And we've had 15 hours of workshops, 8 hours of discussion and debate, and a very intense day of drafting and voting yesterday. And after this, we have produced 5 key recommendations from our generation that we are going to present to you today. We do this because it is us who will inherit the world that we are discussing at this conference. It is us and our children who will experience devastating climate collapse and the death of the Baltic Sea, or a just sustainable transition and a re-flourishing of marine ecosystems. We will kill and die in a descent back into World War, or live to build a lasting peace. And it is us who will see the withering of social and mental well-being in our communities, or its regeneration. It is us, it is after all our lives that we're discussing when we talk about the future. So, we have prepared 5 recommendations from the perspective of the future to bring to you today. And in turn, we hope that in these small group discussions, being face-to-face, being able to understand each other, we can learn from you some knowledge about how we in the future can democratically steward a world that we can all flourish in. And it is these recommendations the most important thing, so I'm going to now give the floor to my fellow youth delegates who will be talking you through the recommendations.
Hello, my name is Karl-Erik Melstedt. I'm from Iceland. Biodiversity loss and lack of investments into well-being economies around the Baltic Sea are obstacles to a sustainable future. We propose to mitigate marine biodiversity loss and improve coastal livelihoods in the region through 3 pillars. Legislative legitimacy is created through meaningful local and minority participation within decision-making processes that produce binding recommendations. Baltic Sea ecosystems services are protected and restored by introducing legislation in the form of ecologically sustainable spatial plans and binding environmental impact assessments for the region. Investments in small-scale regenerative agri and aquaculture, fishing, and renewable energy production, including a fossil fuel phase-out, enable a sustainable coastal societies. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Emilia Nygård and I'm from Finland. Mental health problems affect a significant and growing part of the population, especially young people. Faster and fairer access to quality mental health care improves well-being, resilience, and coping while preventing chronic illness. Shorter waiting times, equitable access, and decentralized care, including digital services, must be guaranteed to secure quicker treatment, broader reach, and better outcomes across communities. We call for stronger action at municipal, national, and regional levels to increase funding for services, education, and training. This should include free therapist education and increasing places for such training, and integration of mental education into school curricula. Thank you.
My name is Saulė Raudytė. I'm from Lithuania. We urge to empower younger generations' engagement as meaningful political actors in the public sphere. Therefore, we demand to universally lower the voting age to 16 on a national level and the minimum age of candidates running for parliamentary seats to 18 across the region. As a necessary starting point for mitigating youth political marginalization, we also demand obligatory involvement of people aged 12 to 30 in decision-making processes, such as strategies and investment plans. Thank you.
My name is Karolina Pańko. I'm Polish. Climate change is a growing and urgent threat to national security of all nations, especially those in the Baltic Sea region. It acts as a threat multiplier, exacerbating existing social and ecological vulnerabilities by, among others, creating more frequent and intense natural disasters, displacing populations, and exacerbating the root causes of conflict. Recognizing this, we demand that national governments recognize climate change as a security threat in their constitutions or other relevant documents. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kotryna Kisiela. I am from Lithuania. Our reliance on fossil fuel imports makes us vulnerable to sabotage, volatile prices, and pressure from foreign powers and undermines our sovereignty and energy security. Meanwhile, over-reliance on fossil fuels contributes to climate collapse, escalating extreme weather events, and long-term threats to the habitability of our region. States should build diverse renewable energy infrastructure, including necessary grid updates and decentralized community energy. This should be funded by the termination of fossil fuel subsidies and taxes on or direct takeover of fossil fuel companies. For long-term security, states should strengthen European development and manufacture of relevant technologies such as batteries, turbines, and PV cells. Now I will hand it over to Lando, who will present the structure of the dialogues. Thank you.
Also from my side, a warm welcome to all of you. I'm Lando Rehse from Kiel in Germany, and I'm part of the Committee of Youth Representatives of the Baltic Sea Region Youth Forum, and also part of the organizing team for the ReGeneration Week. And to be fair, I spend a lot of my free time to organize those intergenerational dialogues now. So I hope everything will work out as it should, but I can already promise you there will be some mess. It will be a bit complicated, so I already thank you for your patience and your flexibility. It was already a challenge to find 16 locations in this building, but I think we managed it. And now we'll show you how it works. Once I'm finished here, you will go to the locations you've been assigned to. The young participants received this information yesterday in the announcement chat, and the senior participants will find their room assignment in the letter included in the info pack. If you're still unsure, don't worry. We have placed lists and signs to the rooms and locations on all the exits on all 3 floors. And in each session, there will be around about 10 to 15 people, youth and seniors, discussing the results of the working groups for around 60 minutes. We planned with 20 minutes for each round, so discussing 20 minutes for all the topics, resilience, security, and connectivity. All the further details were given to you by the facilitators of the group. Those are people who also participated in ReGeneration Week. If one of the group is unexpectedly without a moderator, please come immediately down to us here in the plenary. We will take care of this then. Maybe I have to make sure that the fire won't get bigger. So we are hoping for thoughtful discussions, maintain honesty with each other, address issues directly, and show respect for individuals. And if the chair doesn't want to add anything more, I will then say thank you and see you again here in the plenary at 11:45.
Thank you, Lando. So, as he said, we will now quickly proceed into our groups. You will find them, and otherwise you will be helped. And we should be back here really sharp at 11:30, and then continue with our open speech again. Thank you. (11:30), gathering back, or was machen wir? 45? Komm bis. So 11:30.
see it, and we somewhat understand it, but we don't. It's not enough. I see it in my country. Everyone is already misinformation, intellectuals, and everything else. Yet we're not doing enough to fight it. And that's my biggest fear. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. Right. Because that's the biggest fear. We want to support it. That is not losing the war. So this is a very crucial point.
Okay, you want to talk about?
Yeah.
And what's your role in the Parliament in Poland?
I'm just a regular guy.
Opposition? Or?
No. I'm in the government. Our party. I'm in the coalition party. But now we have a new president, which was not right. And tomorrow, the American president and that's going to be a mess. They're just going to be very cold. The new president is thinking about changing our constitution. Our vice prime minister and this new president changes the president has the last word. So the conflict, the pure political fight is in front of us.
That's going to be a vote in the population.
You can do it in the parliament, but they don't have enough seats. There's not enough. So then you can present it to the public and have a referendum to change. But nothing will change. But they're starting this discussion but my concern is, pure politics can be the global scale. I wish I could say more about this president who was never in politics, who was never elected to any office. He was always appointed to certain places. So it's hard for me to say. But one thing is certain, the clash between us and him is going to be so, yeah. Exactly. We don't have time to waste. We have other things to do.
Mittans är det flock och så får man liksom en mäthandfull. Det står ingenstans i SMHI. Det kommer från åskskruvar. Ja. Precis. Den här i fredag så var jag med min fru och lunchen här i toppen. Och då ringer en kompis till mig som bor i strandet där vi bor, norra stan. Och så haglar hon säger, nej, det haglar i stranden. Så jag oj vad stor stad vi har. Det var solen sken och varmt för. Men där borta var det. Ja, lite stabilt. Det ska vara en fiskeri. Ja, vet du? Vi fick hoppa in i testimonies-panelen. Ganska mycket av det. Ställa frågor.
Dear colleagues, There will be no lunch until we framed the session with final remarks and comments. So would you please bring the rest of your delegations in? We'll wait for one more minute and then we'll continue with the plenary session.
I will request everybody to take their seats so we can proceed with the plenary. Please, if everybody can take their seats. Okay, so we continue then with the plenary debate. I hope that the intergenerational dialogues have been fruitful and that you've had good discussions. And we'll now proceed for a quick summary in plenary. And we have two speakers who have asked to speak. And the first speaker is Stefan Eklöf from Sweden. And after Stefan, it will be Lukas from the European Parliament.
Den är på, ja. So, can you hear me now? Good. Thank you for being here, everyone, in this forum that in many parts shares democracy. But I ask you, what would democracy be without differing views? Nothing. So I will give you another perspective on inclusion. Another fundamental factor in democracy is to listen to the voices of others. For example, youth. Therefore, youth involvement here at the BSPC is very positive, and you have done a good job. An age class can have other perspectives and needs, and the youth seem to have that. Elderly people can have another perspective and other needs. That should also be covered. And even middle-aged people should be listened to, because face it, it's only a minute fraction of middle-aged people that are representatives in democratic institutions. A regular middle-aged person has very little power, very little influence. So the good home knows no privileged or setback, no darlings and no stepchildren. These are the words of the Social Democrat leader Per Albin Hansson in his Folkhemstal, welfare state speech in 1928, which has been referred to many times in Sweden in the country's development into a full-fledged welfare state. My party, the Sweden Democrats, find this thought inspiring. So we are picking up from another party an inspiring thought. At the same time, we know that the inclusion of one can mean the exclusion of others. So let us avoid that. Let us open up politics and policy for all citizens, regardless of age. Let us expand consultation to all citizens. Citizens, that is a term I like, because it includes everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefan. And the next speaker is Lukas Mandl from the European Parliament. I invite you to take the floor. And if anybody else wants to speak as well, this is your time to show it.
Yeah, we would especially invite the facilitators of the groups maybe to give us some impressions. Yeah. Lucas?
Oh, okay. There's a misunderstanding. This is for tomorrow's debate. So does anybody like the word now? Please.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Szymon Kacprzak. I come from Poland. I today had a huge privilege of being one of the facilitators for the intergenerational dialogue. I was struck when we were in the room discussing how quickly the boundaries dissolved and how quickly we started to talk to each other as partners, being curious about our experience, about our thoughts, about our perspectives. I wish we could see it more and more in our day-to-day life and in our politics. So today, ReGeneration 2030, a wonderful organization of young, eager, and very involved young people, they organized the dialogue today for you. But please take this as an opportunity to repeat this experience by yourself. And whenever you are going to make an important decision that will shape the future in your region, in your country, in your institution, please take the time and opportunity to ask young people, people who will inhabit the future you are shaping, about their opinion, their needs, and their fears. Sometimes, to be heard out is the most important thing they need, and it might actually shape their attitude, it might actually shape their life for the decades to come. Thank you.
Okay, any more speeches or ideas? Kira and Lando, would you love to add anything for closing? Oh yeah, just go for it.
So, hello everyone, my name is Alexis, I come from Latvia, and I want to thank all of you for participating in the discussions. I hope they were productive for all of us, both youth and legislators. And yeah, different in our group, and I expect in other groups there were different opinions, difference in opinions about many things. But I think one thing we can all agree on, that education and democracy are really important and tied together, because as ancient Greek philosopher Socrates said, who comes from basically the birthplace of democracy, that democracy is only as good as the education that surrounds it. So what we youth here today ask of the legislators, politicians, and decision makers is to listen to science, the scientists, and the educated. And the signs are clear. The world scientists, IPCC, and many other organizations are clearly ringing the bell when it comes to climate change. And I think it's important for us all to listen to the educated and science, because what is science if we don't apply it in our everyday lives? Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Dagny from Latvia, and
First of all, I want to thank everyone who's here, who has arrived here to discuss with the youth our policy recommendations that we spent hours on creating. I want to talk a little bit more about international dialogues and how was my experience as facilitator. Firstly, I want to thank everyone for being so respectful and doing everything on the time limit. But unfortunately, I hands-on experienced how it's like when politicians talk big talks, say they're going to do things, and when it comes to local implementation of these things, they don't do anything about it. And I want this to be as an encouragement for politicians. Please, if you talk about it in international settings, do these things also locally.
Thank you. Thank you all. Well, really heartfelt thanks for this special session you gave to us, to our young delegates, and this really excellent preparation and inspiring leadership of the discussions, of the sessions, and to all participants. And yeah, I think your perspectives are not just voices, they're our mandate for real change, and reality is a good word. I think Kira and me were just wondering whether these nice flowers were real. Yes, they are real as your recommendations, as real as our democracy is, and it's us to move it. So thank you so much. It was the first time we ended up putting this this topic as first session as our conference. I'm really thankful to our colleagues that it was possible, and just say thank you. Thanks to all of you. Will you add some final words, Kira? Yeah, go for it.
All right, so it sounds like we've had some productive dialogues. I heard the words productive, respectful. I heard that intergenerational boundaries were dissolving, and it makes me so happy to hear that. I personally have really appreciated the chance to share our perspectives and our recommendations here with you today. And I feel that by discussing with you, person to person, I've been able to glean from you some of the knowledge about how we can democratically steward a world that we can all flourish in. So, to the younger generation, I want to thank you for these last days. After lunch, most of you, I think about 60 of you, who are not full BSPC Youth delegates, will be heading home. And I hope that you can take the inspiration and the cross-border solidarity home with you. Don't give in to passivity and keep fighting for our future. And to the older generation in this room, I say, please take our recommendations seriously. Reflect on them as we hear from experts and parliamentarians around the region today and tomorrow, and consider the impact that they can have on your work, because it is us, the youth, who will live through the consequences of your actions. But before that, I'll pass back and we will have some lunch.
Indeed, now we have lunch break, and the most important session, it's on several levels, and the vegan level is this one, the middle one, so let's put it like this. We'll reconvene at 1:30? 1:30 sharply, 1:30 sharply, enjoy, and thank you.
Nein, Stents. Redet von Sigma. Ja, aber auch das ist super, das Stents. Selbstständigkeit dazu. Das ist von großer Bedeutung. Und deshalb dieser Briefumschlag. Wir haben ja auch Stents. Genau. Fürs Herz. So, nee, das hat mir. Weil ich habe jetzt gehört, deswegen steht auch ein großer Korb-Ad. 70% der finnischen Äpfel werden hier produziert. Ja, angebaut, produziert. Aber das ist schon stoffig. So. Ja, genau. Die gab es bei uns auch. Ja. Das stimmt.
Gestern haben sie Decken ausgezogen, wo wir den ganzen Tag saßen. Ja.
so fantastic that you have this. Yes. And nobody knows. You have it in the papers. Yes, we have it. Yeah, but we mentioned it. Yes. Because I didn't know. No, I knew it one year before. And I always asked, and nobody could say something about it. And when I saw it now, some friends sent to me by internet. I didn't look really in the papers.
And I forgot that we had it today. I'm sorry, but now I felt that we should have mentioned it.
Yes, exactly.
But we still, of course, think we should mention it.
Yes.
But now they are, I think, packing up.
Till 2 o'clock. And when we are beginning at 1:30, maybe we should just say one thing. Even if they are running downstairs.
Yes. This was very good.
If I had it in my mind, I had, of course, each
ainakin arvelin kyllä, että siis jopa siihen Novalle, kun se veti. Jos se nyt sieltä mereltä sitten lennättäisi Suomen maa-alueen päälle droonit, niin sitä voisi, viranomaiset voisi mahdollisesti tulkita sen alueella, mutta jätän se heidän ainakin. Mun täytyy nyt korjata, että teekö mä palaan? Joo, korjaan. keinen Weg, bis er da keine Zwischenfälle hat. He is actually our elder statesman in the BSPC here in Deutschland. I think he was already president of the BSPC when I was not even a member of the BSPC. It's so long ago.
Great guy.
Sebastian Stubb, newly elected to the Parliament in February from the Conservative Party.
You have experienced colleagues. Yeah, I know.
It's good that we have at least one who was already part. I mean, the whole rest of the delegation is it's new.
I remember from my starting by learning and also
absolutely. And that's why it's in such compared to other parliaments, small environments, it's a good start. It feels even more familiar as becomes family life and the parliamentary building.
But finally, all participants are like one family.
Indeed. Absolutely. That's what I was surprised about actually when in youth. Like so much focus on so fair and truthful talks, and everybody was so respectful. And I thought, what did they do? That we are just fighting each other. But sometimes I think that is the picture that they have. That because in public, often the debates are so polarized that they think that also if we are sitting together here, even if we are from different parties, we are not able to talk consensual oriented with each other and to find compromise. But that is the do. But that is not seen.
Because it is clear that if they are not going to compromise, they will be result. When you come back with what you can back or what you can say.
And might be, of course, the thing that here we don't have to secure majorities political to secure government. And here it's really about the cooperation. Now we have this panel discussion about the
How are you?
Great to see you again. I already talked to Peter Balmer as well, and good to see that there are so many familiar faces still running around. Do you have plenary sessions or something like that as well? I didn't have that. See that? Yeah, of course. That's great. Yeah, just didn't check the whole schedule. Otherwise, I would notice the man immediately. Guest speaker. Nice. Understandable, absolutely. Yeah, I've seen that your delegation changed a lot. Yes, I already sent a message earlier. I'm sitting here, and I just noticed that I'm sitting here. It's him. My head like Gutmann is sitting here. I'm sorry that I took the chair. You were like, that's very good. I remember when I hosted those conferences in Berlin, how different it was being in the plenary hall, not in this environment of a national plenary debate where you are sitting in the party, somehow sitting somewhere else, where usually the other parties are sitting. And as it is an honor for us to be in Latvian. Great to see so many familiar faces. Just so everybody has its own, like the whole table is the one member of Parliament.
No, yeah, it is.
That's why. So you put just one more chair here so that we can sit with. Yeah, I thought about it. So I thought like who's sitting?
One each, and the whole system is
a lot of space.
The whole system is either.
That's cool. Also the boats and so on.
Everything. We can have it so small.
We don't have a fine instrument for the opposition. I know.
When you rise and go out and when you have that's how I want to
That's great. You kept that in mind in such a good manner. Good to see you again. Looking forward to you later.
Dear friends, dear friends, dear friends, dear colleagues, order, order. Dear friends, I'm just taking the stand here to make a little information that was perhaps not really clear for everybody. It's a funny thing, it's a good thing. In your goodie bag that you've all received when you came here, you have this first day issue of a stamp that the Åland Post has released in honor of this occasion. So this is a first day issue of a stamp that symbolizes the Åland's place in the Baltic Sea and also our cooperation. So just as information. So you know what you have in your bag and know how to appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now over to Maria and Jorod.
Thank you very much, Alfons, for that information. Very important. I was wondering myself what that was, so thank you so much for clearing that up. Dear colleagues, observers, and guests, welcome to the second session of our 34th BSPC. I'm very honored to chair this section together with Jorod Aspfjall, my colleague from the Nordic Council. I am this year the Vice President of the Nordic Council and also an MP from Sweden. This session is entitled Shared Stewardship for Sustainable Baltic Sea, Embedded in the European Ocean Pact. It addresses themes that directly reflect the priorities set out in the European Ocean Pact. Our aim is to show that BSPC can serve as an example of cooperation in the Baltic Sea region and how the results of our working groups and the draft resolution provide guidance for our governments and regions. Before we begin with our distinguished speakers, I would like to remind you to use the request for the floor cards provided at your seats if you are not already registered to intervene in any of the different debates. The floor will be given in the order of prior registrations and subsequently by the cards received. So thank you for using those cards. Our first speaker is Mr. Philip Dacuna, BSPC Rapporteur on Climate Change and Biodiversity, who will present his report. Mr. Dacuna, the floor is yours.
Honorable President, our most esteemed guests, dear colleagues and friends, when I presented the final report of the BSPC Working Group of Climate Change and Biodiversity 2 years ago in Berlin, I started my speech with a note from the World Meteorological Organization. July 2023 was the hottest month on record. What has changed the past 2 years? On a positive note, the July 2025 was only the third warmest July ever recorded. However, in winter, another world temperature record was broken. January 2025 was the warmest January globally. This summer, we have already witnessed extreme temperatures all across the world and in Europe as well. Heat waves especially affected Sweden and Finland, which experienced unusually long spells of temperature above 30 degrees. Extreme temperatures were responsible for nearly 500 million heat-related deaths annually between the year 2000 and 2019. 36% of them occurred in Europe. Hot weather does not only endanger human health, it has direct and devastating consequences for our economies. According to the European Forecast Fire Information System, more than 400,000 hectares have burned in the EU since the beginning of this year. This is more than twice as much as the same period last year. This is what climate change looks like. In addition, it is not getting any better. The recent global update until 2029 projects that global temperature will continue at record levels in the next 5 years. This will increase climate risk and impacts on societies, economies, and sustainable development. Amid the alarming report and predictions, less than a month ago, the International Court of Justice issued a historical advisory opinion on state obligations in respect of climate change. The court stressed that the consequences of climate change are serious and far-reaching. They affect both natural ecosystems and human populations. Therefore, states have binding legal obligations to protect the climate system and the border environment from man-made greenhouse gas emissions. These obligations stem from the treaty-based law, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, as well as customary international law. The advisory opinion is in itself not legally binding or enforcement. However, it carries significant political, legal, and moral weight and underscores once again the urgent and existential threat posed by climate change. The duty to cooperate is a central obligation under the climate change treaties and other environmental treaties according to the court. The Baltic Sea region has enormous potential in this area. I'm sure that it can act as a global role model for close international, cross-border, cross-sectoral, multi-stakeholder, science-based and goal-oriented collaboration. The science-based approach to environmental protection and technological innovation has had a long and fruitful tradition in the Baltic Sea region. The Helsinki Commission, HELCOM, is one outstanding example. Our very own BSPC is another one. In view of the transboundary nature of climate change and biodiversity loss, the 29th BSPC established a thematic working group on climate change and biodiversity in 2020. The working group presented a comprehensive list of 25 far-reaching proposals in 2023. In response to the 5 recommendations, BSPC governments underscored their strong commitment to international climate and biodiversity protection targets in accordance with the Paris Agreement, the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and most importantly, HELCOM's updated Baltic Sea Action Plan. We saw widespread support for expanding the network of marine protection areas. BSPC states and regions agreed on the need to step up efforts to decrease dependence on raw material suppliers and transition to low-carbon energy systems. They committed to increase investments in climate research and education and to promote cross-border cooperation on climate initiatives. They also agreed on the need to further reduce land degradation and improve nutrient management in order to combat eutrophication and protect biodiversity. I'm extremely happy that despite the end of its mandate, last year's BSPC followed up on the demand of the Climate Change and Biodiversity Working Group. This way, we can track implementation and get a first-hand overview of the practical work done across the region. Looking at the statements delivered by the national and regional governments this year, I can say that this work is indeed impressive and inspiring. States and regions report significant progress on reducing eutrophication, expanding maritime protection areas, promoting sustainable blue economy practices, advancing maritime transport sustainability, and furthering innovation in green shipping technologies. On nature protection and conservation, in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, almost 50% of the coastal waters have been designated as protected areas under nature conservation legislation. 30% of Denmark's sea area is designated as marine protection areas, MPAs, whereas 6% is strictly protected. Schleswig-Holstein is planning to put 12.5% of the Baltic Sea area under strict protection. Similarly, the Swedish bill, titled A Living Sea, aims to expand the protection of the MPAs. Many states are implementing legislation, national plans, and international projects to strengthen climate resilience, transition to renewable energy, and improve coastal and marine spatial planning. Just to give a few examples, Estonia is planning to adopt a climate act. Latvia updated its national energy and climate plan and started updating its strategy for the achievement of climate neutrality by 2050. Schleswig-Holstein adopted a Baltic Sea Protection Action Plan and is working on a climate adaptation strategy. Sweden revised its national strategy and action plan for climate adaptation. Denmark has introduced the first global climate tax on agriculture. There's broad regional consensus and acceleration, cross-border cooperation, sustainable resource use, and ecosystem-based management to protect the Baltic Sea's environment while adapting to climate change. It is especially, or I should mention, that many governments rely on research and up-to-date scientific data in their policy formulation, evaluation, and planning. Regional cooperation plays a vital role in facing the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, which affects everyone and can only be resolved through joint efforts. Just recently, a joint study by the Fraunhofer Institute for Energy Ecosystems and Energy Systems Technology, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and the University of Toronto found that Norway's hydropower has the potential to stabilize the European power grid. Adding just 11 gigawatt of new pumped storage capacity in Norway, about 10 large plants, could bring major benefits. Access electricity from renewable energies in the UK, Netherlands, Denmark and Germany could be stored in Norway, reducing overall prices volatility in Europe. This demonstrates the system benefits providing by flexible hydropower plants and the connection to neighboring system. The advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice reminds us that climate protection is not merely a policy choice. It is legal and moral duty. One duty that the Baltic Sea states are uniquely positioned to fulfill thought like their long tradition of cooperation and science-based policymaking. The path forward is clear. Build on existing cooperation, strengthen the science policy nexus and ensure that commitments translate into targeted measures that bring concentrated results. The Baltic Sea region can become a living example of what is possible when nations work together for a common future. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Secretary of my home parliament. Without them, this report could not have presented. I would like to thank Georg Stretka, who has supported our parliamentary work here at the BSPC for years, but especially Mrs. Bakalova, who has become an indispensable force behind our parliament's commitment and work on the BSPC in this year. So thank you so much, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dacuna, if the name is right, Dacuna, for your very valuable insights and your dedicated work as a reporter. And now we go to the panel debate and plenary dialogue on the theme Balancing Ecological Limits and Socio-Economic Realities in a Shared Sea. It's my pleasure to invite the moderator, Mr. Ola Elvestuen, is a member of the Parliament in Norway and the former Minister for Climate and Environment, to guide this discussion. And so we have some experts will come to the floor here. Mr. Rüdiger Stempel, Executive Secretary of HELCOM, and Dr. Sara Söderström, Stockholm University, Baltic Sea Center. And Mr. Simon Pavels, member of the Åland Parliament in here. And Mr. Jonas Brennel, Kiel University, Geomar Helmots, Center of Ocean Research, TBC. And Elvestuen, the floor is yours.
Microphone. Don't they need a microphone? Okay. The experts will give a short presentation to start. So we will start with Mr. Rüdiger Stempel. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here today. I have to say this is one of the most impressive lecterns I've ever been asked to speak from, so I'm very happy to be here, not only for that reason, and I'll give you a few bits of information about HELCOM and about the Baltic Sea and biodiversity and climate change. So let me begin by talking about the Baltic Sea, which all of you are, of course, very familiar with, but I'd like to let you understand how we at HELCOM see the Baltic Sea. We see it as a unique but young and fragile ecosystem. Young because, as we like to say, it's younger than the pyramids of Giza in its current configuration. Unique for a number of reasons, which I'll go into, and fragile for the same reasons. So you see, we have a semi-enclosed sea with very limited exchange with the neighboring North Sea because it's the biggest brackish water area in the world. It's very shallow. It has a huge catchment area, 4 times the size of the sea itself, which is home to 85 million very successful and busy people, and it's one of the busiest waterways on Earth. We have an average of 1,500 ships out there at any time. By those ships, I mean IMO-registered vessels, so anything in excess of 100 tons, which means most of the other ships that are out there, including warships, of which we have more and more at the moment, are not even registered here. So we have a multitude of pressures affecting the Baltic and a sea that isn't very well equipped to deal with them, which led to consequences so that by the middle of the past century, the Baltic Sea was considered the most polluted sea in the world, which led the then 7 countries around the Baltic Sea in 1974 to try and do something about it by concluding a convention, the Convention on the Protection of the Marine Environment of the Baltic Sea Region, or Helsinki Convention. This was updated in 1992 following the geopolitical shifts of the time and also advancements in international environmental law and policy. And here you see the configuration such as we have it today. We have 10 contracting parties, meaning all countries around the Baltic Sea and the European Union. We have a convention that they base their work on, which is legally binding, whereas everything that is decided on the basis of that convention is soft law, so not legally binding. We have a coordinating hub, the Secretariat, that's the organization I work for. We have a decision-making body, which is the Commission, and we have so-called subsidiary bodies, which are advisory bodies, which provide the technical and scientific input we need because we're a science-based organization. Now, what is it we're trying to do? This sums it up fairly well. Our HELCOM vision, a healthy Baltic Sea environment with diverse biological components functioning in balance, resulting in a good ecological status, and supporting a wide range of sustainable economic and social activities. You can see that this encompasses all 3 elements of sustainable development for our region. Now, are we successful? The answer is yes and no. And how do we know that? We know that because we engage in constant monitoring, and we also do something on a periodic basis, and that's undertake holistic assessments of the state of the Baltic Sea. The most recent one of these holistic assessments was published in 2023. It covers the period from 2016 to 2021. And let me now come to the subject of hand, which is biodiversity and climate change. Well, what does this tell you? If you have a graphic like this and it's mostly red, it's usually bad news. And it is bad news because the state of biodiversity in the Baltic Sea is dire, we have to say. So we see a poor state of Baltic Sea biodiversity across the entire Baltic Sea, in the various regions of the Baltic Sea, across habitat types, whether it's benthic or pelagic, across species, whether we're talking fish or marine mammals. The situation is poor, the habitats are endangered, and this is the outcome that you see then in a graphic. This is also reflected in our HELCOM red lists. This is another exercise we undertake periodically. It was last undertaken in 2013. It's now just been repeated. These 2 were published just a couple of weeks ago, so they're absolutely up to date, and they show that unfortunately the status of some species has declined compared to 2013 when we last did this. So 12 years on, the situation isn't better, it's actually worse. And we see many species in a poor state of, a poor ecological status, and some actually declining. Now, climate change, of course, contributes to this, and climate change is also something that we have on our agenda. What we know about climate change, and also what we don't know, is reflected in the so-called climate change fact sheet, Climate Change in the Baltic Sea, which we do with our colleagues from Baltic Earth, so a consortium of scientists who support us in doing this the first of these was published in 2021. We've just updated it last year, and the next update will be forthcoming towards the end of this decade, probably 29 or 2030. And this shows us that climate change, as we all know, is not going to happen, it's happening. And we're seeing the effects already now. The effects are increased water temperature, for instance. We have range shifts of certain species, certain populations in the Baltic Sea. We have decreased sea ice. We have sea level rise. So we have a whole host of effects of climate change that are already making themselves felt. And these, in turn, then, of course, have sometimes disastrous or potentially disastrous effects on Baltic Sea biodiversity. So there's an interlinkage between the two, and this is something that we have to bear in mind. You see some of the effects here of climate change impacting biodiversity. Now, can we do something about it? We hope so, which is why HELCOM has adopted its 2021 Baltic Sea Action Plan, which is actually an update of the 2007 Baltic Sea Action Plan, which had envisioned achieving good environmental status for the Baltic Sea by 2021, and we all know that didn't happen. But we knew that something needed to be done, so we updated that plan. This is the structure of the plan such as we now have it, and you can see it has 4 thematic segments, one on biodiversity, on the ecosystem, then on hazardous substances and litter, on sea-based activities, on eutrophication, and a horizontal action segment which contains overarching issues, one of which, of course, is climate change. It contains 199 actions needing to be implemented at the latest by 2030, not a randomly chosen year, of course, because it coincides with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. That's the last of the actions that need to be implemented. We are implementing as we speak, and we have implemented as we speak. So it's an ongoing process. And if we manage to implement this, and here I have to stress if, because we need the determination not to relent and to keep it up and to provide the resources that are needed to do this, then this plan will take us quite a ways further on the road to good environmental status for the Baltic Sea, which is what we're trying to achieve. I won't walk you through this now, but what I can tell you is that you can track our progress on the HELCOM Explorer. 2025 is the first reporting year for implementation of the Baltic Sea Action Plan. There is a tool on our website which you'll be able to access very soon, which will show you how well we're doing. And so here you see improving biodiversity through BSAP implementation. We have 35 biodiversity actions, 5 climate change actions, concrete measurable targets, regionally agreed to be implemented by 2030 at the latest. And climate change and biodiversity are interlinked, as indeed all these factors are interlinked, and we need to implement these to both improve the state of biodiversity and adapt to climate change primarily. It's not so much about mitigation in the case of HELCOM, it's mostly about adaptation. And this is something we need to achieve if we want to preserve the Baltic Sea and ensure that it doesn't deteriorate further, and at some point in time, hopefully achieve good environmental status for the Baltic Sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then we give the floor to Dr. Sara Söderström from Stockholm University Baltic Sea Center. The floor is yours.
Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me to this very prominent occasion. I'm very happy to be here. I will give a short presentation about fish and fisheries in the Baltic Sea. And now let's see if this one works. Okay. So, my name is Sara Söderström. I'm a researcher at the Stockholm University in the Baltic Sea Center. I have a PhD in environmental science with a focus on ecosystem-based management in the Baltic Sea marine environment. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So, and very shortly about the Baltic Sea Center. We are part of the Stockholm University. We do a lot of Baltic Sea research, of course, and we have the mission to connect it to policy and to communicate our results out to the public and other interests. And, okay. So, in the Baltic Sea, we don't have as many commercial species as we have in, for example, the North Sea. We have basically herring, sprat, cod, plaice, and salmon that is part of the so-called TAC system, the tax system, and they are all governed by the Common Fisheries Policy. And this is an annual cycle of decision-making that produces a TAC that is a quota of fishable fish that is decided by the Council of Ministers. And we can see, now I'm connecting a bit to the previous speaker, that we have a very bad trend when it comes to almost all of the commercial fish stocks in the Baltic Sea. And let's see. So don't hang up on all the numbers here. I just wanted to show you the progress from 2017 to this year. And the green ones are fish stocks in a good shape. The yellow ones are fish stocks that is not doing great, that need some sort of additional measures. And the red ones are the ones that has collapsed or almost collapsed. And the numbers that you see, these are the numbers of a forecast from the ICES, the International Council of the Exploration of the Sea, and how much fish is projected to be able to be fished. And as you can see, there's a clear downward trend for all of them except the herring in the Gulf of Riga. So this is what it looks like, and this also connects, of course, to what the previous speaker just said about biodiversity going down. And if I want to connect this a bit to the report that I and all of you have been reading previous to this meeting, it was one agenda item on fish, and it was fish and science. So this, of course, was appealing to me as a fishery scientist. But just to give you an example, how is science connected within the cycle of fisheries? It all starts basically with the European Commission asking ICES for a prognosis and a forecast. How will the fish stock be, how do we perceive them to be developing for the coming years, and how much fish can we actually extract out of this biomass, that is the number of fish that can spawn in tons. So ICES gathers data and goes back to the Commission with this amount of fish we advise can be fished from our modeling and our data. And then it goes back to the Commission. The Commission makes a proposal for how much fish that can be fished, and this also includes like socioeconomic interest, also some ecological interest. This is more of a political compromise. The Commission sends this one out to the Member States. The Member States takes their own position, and then it is negotiated in the Council of Ministers each year for the Baltic Sea in October in Luxembourg. So then the TACs, the total allowable catch for these fish species, are decided upon. So we can see here that the science part is a part of it, and there's a lot of other processes ongoing when it comes to fisheries and fishing quotas. So here I need to address scientific uncertainties. We have been discussing this also in the youth forum before lunch. And basically, there's two types of uncertainties and risks that I want to highlight to you all. First of all, when it comes to science, the scientific models for the ICES forecast can be uncertain. On occasion, they have been wrong, but if you read the full texts from ICES, you can see that there's different warnings on the way, that there's a prognosis for fishable fish, but it's also a lot of warning signs if you read the whole text. This means that it should be read not like a newspaper, but basically like an insurance paper. And also when it comes to decision makings, on occasion, this is not as much a problem now as it has been previously, but then the TACs, the fishing quotas or the tax, has been set higher than science advice. And again, if you don't need the fine prints here, you also have a risk included in this decision-making process. And then the solutions, or parts of the solutions for these diminishing trends that you saw, it is to have a precautionary buffer for when setting the TACs. So you basically account for these uncertainties and these warnings. And also, speaking of HELCOM, address the Baltic Sea environment, because fish are also affected by all of these stressors of the really severe environmental situation in the Baltic Sea. And I have two examples of fishing seizures that has been working. So it is possible The North Sea herring and the Icelandic herring was a fishing moratorium for very many years, but then the fish came back. So it is possible to have a fishing seizure to actually regain the fish. We have clear evidence of that. However, let's come to my conclusions here. First of all, this is just to sum up what I just said, that we have really negative trends in basically all of the Baltic Sea commercial fish stocks. And then the science advice, it's forecasts, and they have uncertainties, and people need to be aware of this. And also, fish stocks can recover, but we need to do that before they collapse. I guess that no politician here would want to propose a 5-year fishing stop or a 30-year fishing stop. It's better to stop or to decrease the tax before a collapse actually happens. So that was my speaks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Simon Påvals, MP from the Åland Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to come here, speak about this very important matter, especially for the Åland Islands and for all the coastal communities around the Baltic Sea. When we speak about fish stocks, the marine environment and climate change, we are really speaking about one and the same system. Fisheries are not only an economic sector, they are part of the ecological balance. And the sea is not just a resource, it's the foundation of life in our coastal communities. And climate change is not an external factor, it directly affects temperature, oxygen and productivity in our waters. In the Baltic Sea, these connections are painfully clear. Our fish stocks are under heavy pressure. Herring, a species that for centuries have been both a cultural staple and cornerstone of the food web, is showing signs of stress, declining stocks, smaller fish, earlier maturity, and disrupted ecosystems. Here, I want to highlight Åland's special position. As an autonomous region within Finland, Åland has the right to pursue its own policies in fisheries, and in this field, our position differs somewhat from of Finland. Åland has, much like Sweden, strongly raised concerns about large-scale pelagic trawling on herring in the Bothnian Sea and in the Sea of Åland. We share the Swedish view that trawling threats coastal fisheries, weakens our food security and undermines the stability of the ecosystem. The facts are clear here. In the southern Bothnian Sea and the Sea of Åland, industrial catches have increased almost tenfold over 2 decades, while small-scale coastal catches have fallen by more than half since 2015. Almost 90% of the trawled herring today does not go to human consumption, it goes to fish meal and such. If you ask me, a waste of resources with little benefit for food security. ICES has responded by lowering its quota advice for 2026, explicitly warning about weak gear classes. Sweden has already acted, moving the troll border to 20 nautical miles, a measure Åland welcomes. Finland has so far moved more cautiously. This is where Åland's position becomes clear. In this matter, we are closer to Sweden than Finland in our stance. We think we must go further than this. My view is that Åland, Finland and Sweden must establish joint management for the herring in the Bothnian Sea and the Sea of Åland, inspired by the Gulf of Riga. Their herring is managed as a separate unit with local seasonal and spatial restrictions. And this is why the Gulf of Bothnia today is the only healthy herring stock in the Baltic. Our model could include a separate management unit for the Bothnian Sea and the Sea of Åland, spawn closure and seasonal bans during spring and winter aggregations, at least 12 nautical miles troll-free zone, harmonized with Sweden's rule. Quota shares reserved for small-scale fisheries and for food fish. Ecosystem indicators like size, structure, condition, stickleback pressure must be integrated into decisions regarding quota and such. A joint Finland-Sweden management committee to prepare common positions in EU negotiations with the help of other Nordic communities and around the Baltic Sea. This is not protectionism, It's science-based management that matches biological reality. When we manage at the right scale, fish stocks recover, ecosystems strengthen, and coastal communities remain alive. These parts are closely and directly connected. And climate change makes this even more urgent. Warmer waters and changing nutrients dynamics increase uncertainty. That's why we must lower the risks, not raise them. On top of that, we need more transparency and details on the questions that are asked of ICES by the Commission and what they base their recommendations on and what the research order from European politicians are based on. The recommendations have fluctuated too much the last decades, and it risks damaging the public confidence in both ICES and the European decision makers' ability to manage the situation. In conclusion, Åland maintains that the herring of the Bothnian Sea and the Sea of Åland must be managed with precautionary principle at the center. On this issue, we stand close to Sweden's position and Finland's, but we are already ready to take responsibility for a joint model that gives our water the same chance as the Gulf of Riga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Mr. Jonas Blendel from the Kiel University and Geomar Helmholtz Center for Ocean Research. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. I will start quickly with two pieces of advice that were given to me a few days ago by this Parliament Assembly here. The first advice is don't be part of the shouting game. And I think it's a good advice because we've got too many shouters on the international political stage. So I'm not here to shout. Yes? This one? Yeah. And I'm not here to reiterate what Rüdiger and Sarah said. I think it's crystal clear that the Baltic Sea is in a really terrible condition. I'm a student. I'm a natural scientist. I am studying at the Geomar Institute in Kiel. And I see every day in every lecture and in every practical course, every excursion I do, that the Baltic Sea ecosystem is slowly falling apart. And I know you're all very busy, but if I can ask you to close your laptops and switch off your phones very quickly for 2 minutes for two main messages I want to pass on to you. I am very grateful for Philip's report, and I see that many parliamentarians here are doing a lot of work and try to push harder for protection. But I think, and I really ask you to push even harder. We see grateful and very colorful diagrams in reports, but if you dive into the Baltic Sea, maybe it is easier to understand how dire the situation really is. We are in a race against time with the Baltic Sea, and I think we have achieved a lot already, but I think we need to push really harder to win the race against time. And for my second message, I would like everyone in the balcony to stand up, everyone who is under 30 or classifies themselves as youth. And look around you. Thank you. We identify ourselves as activists, but also as youth. And we are on the streets, and we strike, and we shout. But really, we are in a way angry, but we want you to take this angerness we have as an energizer to push forward. We want to collaborate with you. And I'm very grateful that so many of our youth today can be here and that we can spend 2 days together to discuss. And we had a great start with the intergenerational dialogues, but I really want to invite everyone who didn't have a chance to attend, who wants to learn more about our inspiration to fight, to come and talk, but also tell us what we can do. Today I heard one advice about we should run for parliamentary seats. We should join the parliament and get engaged in democracy. And I think this is a good advice, but many of us are still very young. So we need you as pioneers. We need you to fill the gap until it's our generation who can push for more. And I think I will leave it here. And I'm very grateful for the discussion that's following up. And I hope I see you for very fruitful thoughts. Thank you.
Much for all these speeches. And now, Mr. Elvestuen, the floor is yours to lead the panel debate and dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the introductions. That was thoughtful, and I think there's really like three things that I think go through it. This is what you say is really, really serious when it comes to the effects of global warming on the Baltic Sea, and it's really having an effect already. But then you have it kind of like it's a horrible and a good and a horrible story. Because the second one is that you have a cooperation with HELCOM. There are plans, and also if you look back and also in the report, there has been achievements on many areas that has been worked on. But then on the last side, which is also the horrible again, is that you look at the situation in the different ecosystems, it's still getting worse. So my first question, and is kind of like when you now look at the last plan, and then there's my, sorry. When you look at the plans that are here, and it's, I will ask you first, Mrs. Strempel, is when you look at the plans, are they strong enough that you actually can turn the tide so that we get environmental improvements over time, or are the effects of global warming and what the other sides is so strong that even if you follow up the plans, it will not change the situation?
Thank you for that question. Let me tell you a story. The current Baltic Sea Action Plan that we have is the 2021 Baltic Sea Action Plan, which is an update of a previous action plan adopted in 2007. And in that action plan, we had envisaged achieving good environmental status for the Baltic Sea by 2021. We're now in 2025, and we're not very close to good environmental status for the Baltic Sea. So clearly, those measures, for various reasons, were not sufficiently effective. This is something that the contracting parties to HELCOM realized fairly early on, in the mid-2010s, I'd say, and then they decided to do something about it, and there were two ways they could have gone, of course. One would have been to reinvent the wheel, to adopt an entirely new plan, or the other would have been to build on what we have. And this is what they decided to do. They also did a sufficiency of measures analysis, analyzing where we got it wrong or where it was insufficient, and based on that, we now have a new plan. So this plan will probably not take us to good environmental status for the Baltic Sea by 2030, but it'll take us a long way on the road to good environmental status if it is implemented. And here I'd like to refer to our periodic holistic assessments of the Baltic Sea, which HELCOM undertakes every 6 years. The most recent one was published in 2023, covering the period from 2016 to 2021. And again, the result of that is, I showed you, sobering, because it shows that there is no overall improvement in the state of the Baltic Sea in that period. So that clearly is not where we want to be. But we also know, and we know this from our previous action plan and from other actions that are being taken within the context of HELCOM, that regional action does have a beneficial effect on the Baltic Sea. Not just on the Baltic Sea, but also on the Baltic Sea if the measures are duly implemented. So your question is it sufficient? Of course, we don't really know that. We'll know by 2030 once it has been implemented. But what I can tell you is that it'll be insufficient if it's not implemented. So it's now on the contracting parties. And remember that HELCOM is not a regulatory agency, so we don't regulate fisheries. In any case, fisheries are part of the common fisheries policy of the EU, and we are not a regulatory agency. But our contracting parties need to implement this plan. If they don't implement it, then it'll certainly be insufficient. And one factor that I cannot stress often enough, and I'm doing it ad nauseum, I know, but this requires resources. We're living in a time of scarce resources, and it'll be difficult to muster up the resources we need to do this, but they must be made available. Because, of course, without the sufficient financial resources, human resources to do this, we cannot implement the plan. If we implement it, I think we have a chance. We can't turn the tide, and certainly the Baltic Sea region by itself cannot turn the tide of climate change. And if you look at the measures that we're envisioning within HELCOM, it's not so much about climate change mitigation, it's more about adaptation. And here we see the interlinkages again between the ecosystem and between biodiversity and climate, because what we're looking to achieve is a resilient ecosystem. That means an ecosystem with biodiversity in a good environmental status, because a resilient ecosystem will then also be better able to withstand and to survive the impacts of other pressures, such as, for instance, climate change. I don't know if that answers your question.
It's a very good answer, and I think also it's a very good message for all of us, but also the ones under 30 years old, that you have a very serious situation, but that doesn't mean also that all the implementing works are also important to do, even though to turn the tide is a huge undertaking. But it mustn't be, but because the results are not there, that doesn't mean that all the individual actions are not important. What has been done and what is being done. And I think that is a message that always has to be given. And we need to increase it. But then, Dr. Söderström, you also had a little bit of the same story, that the science is clear when it comes to fisheries, what has to be done, and also that you have all the recommendations. But if you look at the differences was 2017 and 2025, still everything has become worse. And there also, and in English, I don't know all the languages here, but in Norwegian, in English they have a word that we should have. They differ between policies and politics. In Norway, that's the same word. But here I say the science is clear, and the overall goals of policies also seems clear, but then comes the bickering about disagreements and all the roles and special interests that come in when decisions are to be made. Do you think that can we overcome that, so that we also policy-wise makes the decisions that are strong enough, so that we reach the goals that bring back the fishes and have a healthier system, or is this just an internal problem that will be there?
Yes, I can start speaking of the cod, the Baltic cod. And I have been, within my own research, I have been going through all the decisions from the Council of Ministers since 2014. That is the first one after the revision of the Common Fisheries Policy. And I can see signs that first, you can only fish this amount of cod, and you can only fish 7 cods a day if you're an angler or sport fisher, and then it's 5 cods a day, and then it's 1 cod a day, and you can see this political decision-making when actually measures are taken, but they are taken too late. And now, as we know, you are not allowed to fish any cod at all in the Baltic Sea, neither commercial nor recreational in any of the 2 stocks that we have. And this is a huge loss of income from a very profitable industry previously. So with a herring, the examples I gave you, then a complete fishing stop and then very restricted fishing quotas actually gave results. So yes, I do believe that in the time of emergency, people do react, but they do react exactly when the emergency has occurred, that it's important to react before that happens. So yes, I do believe that it's possible to gain more fish in the Baltic Sea, but then we need the science is very clear on this. If we fish less, there's more fish in the sea that will reproduce for the coming years. And then after a while, you may be able to fish more amounts again. This is something to consider, because it will not be very nice if we need to have 5 years or even more fishing restrictions on herring now when the cod is gone.
Then I'm in the Norwegian Parliament, so I can look a little bit from the side, and I can only say that in the Oslo fjord, there's also a crisis. So there we just have decided that there's a full fishing ban, complete fishing ban for 10 years in the inner parts of the fjord, and also some protected areas in the outer part. So it's which is a sign that everything has gone way too far. But then, Mr. Powals, you are now the elected, also in the position there, and what you describe also is a ongoing disagreement with Åland, with its views, and you have Sweden, you have the rest of Finland with their views. How do you think that is it possible to get to a common agreement, that we make decisions so that we overall take decisions that we know we benefit from, which is more fish and more life in the Baltic Sea? Or do we fall back into the intransigent discussions and disagreements?
Thank you very much. A very interesting question on the topic. I would like to say that for first, international agreements also demands international actions in implementations, I think so. And I think we need to think of ourselves more as a region than our nations when we talk about international agreements, and to trying to receive some kind of results after that. I could start to say that the crisis that the Baltic Sea right now, the political crisis that we are going through right now, the tensions, is if there's one maybe good thing with that, it gets us together, and it forces us to think more of Baltic Sea as a region, and BSPC has the significance has been much higher now the last years. So never waste a good crisis. That's my message to start with. I would say that it demands hard work. You can't just write an international agreement and say, okay, this is what we will do, and then everyone is at their inside their borders, and then they work with the everyday life and think that something will work by itself. You need to do it together also. You need to meet more over international borders. You need to have more meetings, more committees. You need to have the same message transmitted over different kinds of international communities. The Nordic Council, we need to work on every line with the same subject to be able to achieve something, I think so. So there are no shortcuts. You need to do it the hard way. And also when the politicians get thrown out, a new politicians comes in after election, the policies must stand. That's important. That we have international agreements and policies that are strong enough to stand government shifts and all that. That's the kind of receipt you get when people are changing on the positions, but the policies stand. The political filter is hard to get through. after the good words are written, and you need to go through the political filter, and the science says one thing, and then we need to be able to implement it in the everyday life politically. So that, I think so that we need to also be aware that the international community has to be on its toes every time. Every time a nation implements a new law that goes against an international agreement, we need to be able to react in some kind.
Yeah. So then, now we heard we have good plans. The science is there, and we also have a lot of politicians that really want to do what we can do. and you have people working hard for that. And as you say, it's one thing in politics is that you change with elections, but you also have a lot of topics which is really a relay race, that you pass the button to the next one, even though they say not the same party, so that they can move on. But then when you look at this and listen to this, and we know that I usually say the biggest problem the world is facing is global warming, is loss of nature, and it's standing up for freedom and democracy. And we have some really strong international agreements, the Paris Agreement, where we have to reach our goals by 2030, and then also the Montreal Agreement on nature, that is also there, with all its implementation, what has to be done by 2030. So, and these are strong agreements. And when you hear we have plans, we have science, you have enough also with will, but do you really believe that we can reach these goals? And how do you view this, and how do you view also how a new generation can be motivated to implement and to strengthen the plans that we have?
Thank you, great question. I think the protocols we have and the international agreements are a great foundation to work on. My biggest concern is if we can implement them in time. I sometimes have the impression that there is a common mindset that our Earth is more resilient than it might actually be. 2050 is now 25 years away, and it sounds like a lot of time, but I think many of the agreements should come in force much earlier. So we have a little bit of a buffer in case we have tipping points, if in fact, or when we have cracks in our ecosystem that's come up. So my biggest concern is timing, that we keep pushing forward, and I see in this room, but also in the different policies that has been already enacted, great hope. And I hope that the youth can pick up on this. And I hope that we can have sort of a common understanding between our generations, that we're not fighting against each other, but we are fighting for a common goal, and that we join you in the parliaments, but that you also join us on the roads. And I think this is a strong message that I want to send.
A little bit back and forth there, but thank you. But Mr. Strempel, like now we talked about the plans and also for the Baltic Sea, and it's been there and it's been strong. But of course the implications of the Russian invasion of Ukraine is also implementing the work here, of course, tremendously. And what is now coming up is the shadow fleet that has been mentioned earlier. We do not, I mean, you have like 1,500 ships going through the Baltic Sea every year. Here you have now ships going here without the quality that the rest have, that we do not have a control over at all in many ways. How is that affecting your plans, and to what degree do you think can we have a control of it, or how this is? How do you work on that, put it that way?
Thank you. So first of all, maybe I should explain what the situation within HELCOM is at the moment. We have 10 contracting parties. Russia is one of those contracting parties still. So Russia remains a contracting party to HELCOM. That being said, following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022, the other 9 contracting parties felt that business as usual was no longer possible, and therefore a workaround had to be found. That is the so-called strategic pause, which does not mean, and I have to emphasize this, that HELCOM has come to a pause or that we've ground to a halt. HELCOM is still working, is still basically on track. We've just changed the mechanisms by which we work. So there's new mechanisms in place now which enable us to stay operational. That's one thing. Regarding the shadow fleet, this is an issue which the competent HELCOM bodies have, of course, noted and are also following. Again, it's something that we as HELCOM can do very little about, but it does have potential implications, of course. There's one implication which is actually, I think, acute and something that we're already experiencing, that there's an increase in STS and ship-to-ship transfer of oil. If we have more tankers out there, more ships, more vessels transporting fuel, transporting oil, we have more of these transfers. These transfers are common practice around the globe. They're not illegal, but they're always somewhat problematic. And there's always, especially if you have vessels in a poor state of repair, that of course increases the risk associated with STS. And that is ongoing now. For the rest of it, the shadow fleet is something we're keeping a watching brief on, and it could, of course, given the state of repair of those vessels, also given the insurance situation, the fact that ownership is often difficult to track, it could lead to a catastrophe. And we know that 1 liter of oil can contaminate 1 million liters of water. And we've had incidents of this kind in the past in the Baltic Sea. The Globasimi back in the 1980s was the worst incident ever. We've had other incidents since then. This is a cause for great concern, a cause of great concern for us because it could have devastating consequences. However, it is also something that HELCOM itself, of course, could not really tackle. So it's, again, for the countries around the Baltic Sea to address this issue in the ways that they deem fit and that are possible. But for us, it's a cause of concern, definitely.
Thank you. And definitely it underscores the situation that the struggle for freedom and democracy, together with against global warming and the loss of nature, it is interconnected, and you cannot take the one before the others. You have to do everything at the same time. But Dr. Söderström, again, like the science that you present is very clear. Is it the main issue that you have to be dealt with to get better fish stocks? Is it as such the fisheries regulations that is the easiest and most important way to do, or does all the other underlying problems within the Baltic Sea also still being a large problem? Because right, technically, is it possible to actually get results quite quick, or do we have to wait for these long-term changes that has to be built up through this plan?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd say there's two strains of answer here, and fish is a biological being, a biological, ecological being in the Baltic Sea, while policy-wise, it's actually divided into different European environmental directives, and we have the Common Fisheries Policy, which is an exclusive EU competence, meaning no subsidiarity principle applies. We need to address all of it. We need to address all the environmental problems that also stress fish. At the same time, we need to address fish through the Common Fisheries Policy, where it is basically counted as a commodity, something to harvest and sell. So we need to address both of them, and it is imperative also that because of the severe situation in the Baltic Sea, that this is not used as an excuse not to take action from the fishery side. It is important to do it both. And also as I have been saying, that science it's very clear. We know if we fish less or if we have parts, but it's better with a full year fishing stop, that these are measures that we know works. And also, the Baltic Sea cannot solve the climate issue on its own. However, when it comes to fisheries politics and policy, that is a quite, in these discussions, a very rapid decision-making procedure. Basically, in the October Council, where the fishing quotas for the Baltic Sea is decided, that is just a few months until it's actually implemented in the 1st of January for most of the fish stocks. So that is something that is doable in a short term, while addressing environmental issues, they take more time. But I cannot stress enough the need to do it simultaneously.
Thank you. But that also shows that it's actually possible to have, and you can have quick results and show that you can have improvements at the same time as you have to work with the longer term problems that are there, and at the same time as you can have initiatives also when it comes to the worst one with climate change and global warming. But to show that policies can work is an easier way, science-wise. So then comes the question is this policy-wise also easier? And when you are locally elected or elected here in Åland, how do you feel that the connections is with your colleagues in Sweden, centrally in Finland, but also around the Baltics? Do we have good enough cooperation policy-wise to make these decisions, and also so we can show people that you can have improvements and have it quite quick? Because I think if you ask politicians all around the Baltics, everyone will agree with what we need, and what is the only sensible economics thing is to have more fish in the ocean and more life in the ocean. But can we get there, and do we have good enough cooperation to get there?
Thank you. Yes, I think we do, and it has gotten better last years. Actually, it's getting better and better, and I think also the understanding of the other communities around the Baltic Sea is getting better. After you meet someone and talk about your local communities, and that the understanding is crucial, I think, to understand what other people's everyday life is about. But as I told you earlier, that the political tensions right now has really contributed to that. We talk more. Politics around the Baltic are meeting more often, and just because the stable food resource and resilience in the coastal communities right now is crucial. And when we are facing this kind of political tensions, we need to make sure that we prioritize our basic needs of resources for the future. That's when you come to that, and when you start digging your fingers down in the political mud and start working, you notice immediately that you face lots of clashes of interests. Clashes international with local, and that's what you face as a politician right now. You need to be able to manage those clashes. For example, just a total stop of fishing herring in the Baltic Sea is a good. It might be a good measurement, but it's all about quantity also. If we stop all the local fishing around the coast totally, we will kill them. We'll kill the business for them, and it might be forever. So we need to also be able to manage the details, and be able to manage the seasonal bans and regional bans according to how the fishes aggregate, how they move, when they spawn. All this needs to be taken into this decision making, and we as a local community right now we think it doesn't. So that's the goal, so that the understanding of how the habitat works and how the fishing works also comes up to the highest political decision making. That's very important.
And that also something, a reminder, of course, to everyone here that's elected. They know that even though you decide and do the right thing, when you act, you usually do not get a thank you. When you act, you usually get criticism. That's a part of the game. Yeah. But then look at the youth again. When you listen to this, that we have so many. I mean, there are planning. It's well organized. We have the science. You have the will. What is your message to the panelists or everyone that is here for how can we reach these goals? Because as you said, you do not have the time to wait for a new generation. We have to reach these goals, or at least to go in that direction in just 5 years time, or the nearest years that we have.
I think it comes down to my two key messages in my speech, really. And yeah, if there are questions, then I may have not understood it correctly.
Because then I can add up a little bit. Because what is difficult, I often mean that if you talk about global warming or the international loss of nature, the questions become so large. And no one can really say that they are the ones that can solve it, because no one are large enough that they can resolve it. But on the other hand, everyone has to decide to do the right thing to achieve it. And like a lot of the actions when it comes to the Baltics, it is locally decided and it's locally implemented. And it's the sum of the actions that actually gives the results in the end. So my question then is how do you view then the youth looking at this to have the motivation and really want and give action into all those local decisions that has to be done, that is to do the right thing, but it's not enough to get a change, but still necessary. Do you think that you have a youth generation that can have that double thinking and be strong enough that you do everything you can where you are in this position that you have, and not be overcome and to lose the action will because the problem is so enormous when it comes to global warming or the loss of nature as we see it.
Yeah, I think the point you're touching upon here is resignation a little bit. And solving climate, or the anthropogenic climate change, and trying to make everything bright and shiny within a generation is too much to ask for. And I think we all know we are only a small gear in the system. And I think we use different tools to come and to use our gear that we have and to reach this common goal. So I think especially when it comes to the local level, I'm a big supporter if we can get more youth and more of the younger generation into the parliaments, and to use this local knowledge that we also have. But I also believe on a global context, this is a marathon we're doing here, and this is nothing new to all of you, I'm pretty sure. So my main concern on the global level is this intergenerational justice. That's, I know we are all trying to do our best here, but we always need to find this extra energy to push harder, because we have policies that that do not work right now. We've seen the plastic treaty, for example, at the UN hasn't come to fruition, and it is a step back. But I think the question of am I resigned, or are we all resigned by this? We cannot let this overcome us. I think we need to sort of get together and push together, and because giving up is not an option here.
Sure.
Yes, and I think that is always a key point when you have these discussions, because it's so easy to drag oneself down and see the major problems, but at the same time you do have achievements. And of course these are global issues that we're watching, and the BSPC is a unique cooperation. I think if you go back, if you go decades back, it's enormous that is still there. And Helcom, the way you work also with a concrete plans with with nations incorporating, this could also be used in other parts of the world. So how can you say a little bit, how is your connections in other parts? Is there other parts that, I mean, we're not the only ocean that have trouble with the ecological situation. Are you part of an international cooperation so that what we do here and what we achieve here can have an impact also way beyond the Baltic Sea?
Thank you. Absolutely. And yes, we do. We do cooperate. Of course, we cooperate with the other European regional seas, starting with OSPAR, our immediate neighbors, of course, who have many similar problems, but also different problems, because the North Sea is a totally different beast to the Baltic Sea, of course. We cooperate closely with them. We cooperate with our colleagues in the Mediterranean Sea as well. Again, there are similarities and there are also dissimilarities, but there are many things we can do together, there are things we can learn from each other. And the Black Sea, which of course is now really a problem child given the current geopolitical situation, and the Black Sea cooperation is, again, not entirely halted, but very much stymied, but we do cooperate with them. So that's one thing, and we can always, and this is a lesson I think we should always remember, learn from each other, because the Baltic Sea cooperation is a role model in some ways, but some others are more advanced on some things than we are. That's something we also ought to bear in mind. And then we look beyond that, and this is actually part of the policies that our contracting parties want us to pursue. So we do actually cooperate with regional seas. There are 18 regional seas mechanisms around the world, most of which are UNEP administered. We aren't, OSPAR is not, most of them are. Some of them are conventions, some of them are other forms of cooperation. But we do cooperate beyond the Baltic Sea region. We've had actually quite a high level of interest, interestingly enough, from the Red Sea region. We've had delegations from the Red Sea on numerous occasions coming to our secretariat in Helsinki. Now, this was partially also because they saw us as a role model in terms of cooperation across ideological divides, because HELCOM was founded during the Cold War. We're not such a perfect role model anymore now, so in that regard, the situation has somewhat shifted, but there is still an interest in the cooperation. And we're at the moment actually planning to cooperate in certain areas with the Southeast Asian mechanism that's out there, and also with the Nairobi Convention. So we are working with our neighboring regional seas as well as globally at various levels. And then, of course, we also interact with and within UN mechanisms as well. So yes, we're well connected, and I think we need to be, because we can project some of what we've learned, what we've done to other areas, and we can learn from those other regions as well.
Yeah, thank you. Again, a very important message, I think. But, Dr. Söderström, then the question is, when it comes to fish management, where would you say, where do you have the best learning? From where do we have fish management that we can learn from? Do you have any good? Who are the best?
Yes, if you remember the graph that I just showed you, we have one example of a management area in the Baltic Sea where the herring is actually doing good, and that is in the Gulf of Riga. And that is, they have their own management unit, so to speak. I mean, all of these, the herring is divided into 4 management units in the Baltic Sea. The sprat is only one management unit. I must stress that these are not biological components, these are management units, basically. And in the Gulf of Riga, they have had a good harvest for very many years. And by some reason, the fishing works there and not in the rest of the Baltic Sea. So I would really like to investigate why that is, because there's a lot of different management objectives in there. For example, there's a limit to engine capacity. I do believe that they have fishing closures parts of the year, and those shifts depending on the climate of that specific year, and also division between the coast and the outer sea. But I have not found very many publications on this one, so this is more something that I would really like to investigate if this is a success story that can be upscaled to the rest of the Baltic Sea. So they do something good. That's the only, so far, as you saw in my graph, a herring stock that is actually doing that provides year after year that the fishery is still in a good condition, which I really can't say for the rest.
Yeah, thank you very much. I understand we are about to at the end of the discussion. So I don't know if I really have a good question now, but it comes down in the end to elected officials that have to put up the organizations, use the science, motivate our populations to do the right thing and hold things together, and also to take the blame when something goes wrong, and also to take the criticism even when we organize and go through. So do we have the right will for this?
I think we do, actually, and on Åland we was facing this kind of difficulties to implement international agreements and be able to implement the right laws to be able to reach the international goals. So out of this frustration, 2014, Åland took our own sustainability agenda that we are following right now and have been following since 2014, and that was a way to try to connect the local governance with the UN goals of sustainability, and so far now it's implemented totally in all the lawmaking that we have on Åland. So that's one way to do it, to try to really adapt the same kind of language, the same kind of mathematics as they do in international agreements. Then, with that said, it wasn't easy to implement it locally, to get the understanding of why we need to do this and this, and why we have this kind of map of the future that we need to put up. So and still we are facing difficulties to get engagement in this kind of in this contract that we have written, but we are managing. I think we will also manage to develop this, and we have been internationally also recognized for this sustainability agenda also by UN Habitat. So we're proud of that. Yeah.
Yes, I think we will have to wrap up, but I will thank you all very much, both for the work that's being done, how well organized it is, and so many results that are being achieved, and also the knowledge that is there. We know what we should do, and that is a good thing. And they also have Åland, of course, I have to say, is a leader on this, but he has a strong will, and I think that, as you said, with all the cooperation that you have around the world, there's no doubt that the Baltic area is leading on this, to have a cooperation to improve the situation in the Baltics as it is. So I think everyone should be proud of what has been done and should be motivated on to do more, and also to do more that has the concrete and local impact, but also influences and have a international impact. And then I thought I should give the youth the last word on this, and how you also see what is necessary to keep that, not a empty optimism, but a hope and the planning and the force that is necessary to reach the goals.
Yeah, thank you. So my silver lining here, my hope is seeing how much has been done in the past, and many projects are being implemented across the countries in the Baltic Sea. So this is a very silver lining for me. And I think it's good to remind ourselves it's a common fight we have. Nature doesn't know country borders, and I think we need to acknowledge that and understand that we either all lose or we all win. It's as easy as that. And nature will survive in one way or another. And the question is if we can cope and manage or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it. Thank you, and I think that was very well closing words. So I have no more to say. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting and insightful discussion. I now open the floor to contribution, comments and questions on this important topic. And we have two requests for the floor. The first one is I give the word to Ms. Emma Norén from Sweden. Yes. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, thank you so much, and thank you so much for this discussion. And I will not repeat the urgency and all the necessary things that we need to do for the Baltic Sea, but I hope to get your help that convince your fellow friends in your own different parliaments to find both fundings and the needs and the necessary to do so. As we heard here from Åland, Sweden was the only country for the last two negotiations about the fishery quotas, the tax, that have wanted a lower quota. But the other countries has not gone on the Swedish proposal, and we have had higher quotas than the science actually say that we should fish on. And we have heard the experts here from Helcom that we actually need to lower this. From the Swedish side, we've done what we can do as a country. We have moved out the trawl border from the coast. We have now changed the law so it will be possible to actually ban trawling in protected areas. It was not possible before, and now we are seeing how we can fulfill this. And in all these matters, there is no difference between our different parties. We are actually working together here as a country. It has taken a long time, but now we are actually united. I am from the opposition party, but here we are standing behind the government in these things. And I hope, because even if we move out the trawl border so we don't trawl near and close to the shore, if we don't trawl and fish in protected area, the only thing it will happen is that we will move the fisheries to other places as long as we don't also lower the quotas and take down the TAC. So we need in the coming negotiations to actually get a target where we have less fishing effort in the Baltic for sprat and for the herring. Otherwise, this will not help. It will just only be regional help. And I hope that you together can help us, because Sweden will continue to have this position, and I hope that many other countries actually will follow, so that we will continue to have fishing and a good, prosperous Baltic Sea. So that is my one and only hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Alexander Ahl. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I would first like to thank... Oh. Now then I repeat myself. First I would like to extend my sincere thank you to the panel for this very interesting discussion and for the great insights, and not the least for Jonas and his reminder to all of us that this is a current issue with ramifications far into the future, not only for my future, but for the many generations to come. The Baltic Sea is a young sea, but it will hopefully not remain a young sea, so to say. I would like to address you all now, not only as an activist, but also as a marine science student and actually marine science professional, and remind you that Sweden is great in a lot of things, not the least to say fancy words about marine protection. And some of those words are indeed followed by action, and I have the deepest respect for the previous speaker and her long and enduring work in this topic. But I would also remind you here that may not have such a great insight into the world of Swedish marine spatial planning that for every good regulation, there are at least 2 lovely loopholes, which are far too often exploited, undermining the very meaning of our regulations. So listen to the representative from Åland, for example, when he comments our words, but also remember that those words are do not mean much when they're not followed by action. And there's a reason why we talk about the Gulf of Riga herring as a good example, and not the Bothnian Bay herring as a good example. And that is due to a failure of Swedish and Finnish leadership to go together and act, especially regarding these pelagic species, the sprat and the unique and wonderful Baltic Sea herring. These spatial measures are not worth much if they are directed at a moving species where the biggest problem is too high fishing quotas. Then we cannot tackle that problem by stopping fishing in one area, such as Sweden did last year. We stopped fishing in one area at a time when no one was fishing there. So we need to use the right tools for the right protective measures. Do we want to protect the seabed? Good. Use spatial planning. Do you want to protect the fish stocks? Decrease the quotas. Otherwise, you will just displace the fishing efforts while still seeing the stocks decreasing, the sizes decreasing. The Baltic Sea herring has gone from a potential size of this to a potential size of this. The cod has gone from a size of this down to what we in Sweden call tie cods, like a necktie cod, because that's how small and narrow they are. So use the right tools for the right measures and for the right type of protection. And remember to not only say the fancy words, but also hold ourselves accountable and hold our friends and colleagues and allies accountable for the words they say, but do not deliver to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our 2 speakers, and that was the end of session 2.1, and I now turn the word over to Jorg to introduce our next part.
Thank you, and dear colleagues, we now continue to the second part of this session, devoted to the green Baltic Sea shipping. This is a field where our region can set international standards for sustainability, innovation, and maritime resilience. And our first speaker is, I see him upstairs there. Jørgen Petterson, the BSPC rapporteur on the Integrated Maritime Affairs and Speaker of the Lagting, who will present his report. Mr. Petterson, the floor is yours.
Dear Jorod, dear Bodo, honorable colleagues, friends. It is a true privilege to welcome you to Åland again, a place that embodies peace, cooperation and maritime tradition in equal measure. Today, we gather here in the heart of Baltic Sea to talk about something that connects us all. Our shared waters, our common future, and the choices we must make to shape it. As rapporteur on integrated maritime policy, I have had the honor of preparing this year's report, Shipping in the Baltic Sea, Where We Stand and What Comes Next. Let me be very clear from the start. Shipping is not just a mode of transport. It is a strategic lifeline. It is the bloodstream of our economies, the bridge between our societies and, increasingly, the front line of our security and climate ambitions, even. Many of you are enlightened members of parliaments, and I really don't have to develop the importance of transport, but I will anyway. Literally everything you wear, use, eat, and consume have at some stage been on board a ship, delivering the products from the seller to the buyer. Shipping and seafarers across the globe makes the world go round. So, what are we actually talking about? At any given moment, more than 2,000 ships move through the Baltic Sea. They carry our goods, our energy, our people, but they also carry the weight of rising expectations and mounting pressures. Some of them are military units. They are to hopefully maintain peace. Others are dodgy creatures, hiding from rule and regulations in their pursuit to help Russia deliver oil and financing their war towards Ukraine. We face, therefore, a convergence of challenges. Geopolitical uncertainty, with shadow fleets, infrastructure sabotage, and new military realities. Climate imperatives that demand zero-emission shipping and smarter logistics. Digital transformation, which turns ports into high-tech hubs. And energy dependencies that link our vessels to the strength of our national power grids. All of these trends meet here in the Baltic Sea, and that's why this region is not just a mirror of global change, it is a laboratory of solutions. The report is structured around 6 key chapters, and I invite all of you to read it in full, please. But let me give you a brief overview anyway. First item, trade and traffic. Cargo volumes are shifting, ferry routes are evolving, and Russia is redirecting exports. Our port infrastructure must adapt or risk being bypassed. Number 2, maritime security. Recent sabotage incidents remind us that our undersea cables and pipelines are vulnerable. Hybrid threats are real, and we need joint vigilance and clear protocols. And number 3, digital and green transitions. From Gävle to Riga and beyond, ports are deploying real-time data systems, digital twins and just-in-time arrivals. These are not pilot projects anymore. They are the future. And the modal shift, number 4, moving cargo from road to rail and sea, is essential, but progress is uneven. We must invest more in intermodal hubs and cross-border coordination. Number 5, new fuels and the energy imperative. Electric ships and e-fuels are promising but useless without reliable energy supply. Ports must be treated as national energy nodes, not just transport terminals. It's time to walk the talk. And number 6, the last one, looking ahead. The next decade will bring AI-driven ships, autonomous ferries, and legally binding frameworks for shared waters. We must prepare today. Colleagues, this is more than logistics, and that's why it matters for the development of our daily lives. This is about building trust in a fragmented world. It is about protecting critical infrastructure before it's too late. It is about delivering on climate promises in one of the world's most trafficked seas. And it's about defending the very idea of the Baltic Sea as a zone of peace, progress, and partnership. Let me say it plainly, almost bluntly. If we fail to modernize our maritime systems, we fail to future-proof our region. But if we get it right, the Baltic Sea can become a global model for secure, sustainable, and intelligent shipping. The report ends with 5 actionable recommendations, very brief ones. These are not just vague hopes, they are concrete next steps, which we in our roles can raise for our governments. 1, put security first, through regional coordination and risk protocols. 2, Make sustainability the standard by investing in green corridors and regulations that matter. 3, think in systems, not in silos, and connect maritime needs to national energy strategies. There are no silver bullets. The future is far more complicated than that, and every measure counts. Number 4, accelerate the model shift with funding, infrastructure, and political will. And number 5, champion digital innovation and make the Baltic Sea the smartest shipping region in the world. Dear colleagues, we are 10 national parliaments, 7 regional ones, and 5 parliamentary organizations gathered here today. Together we have reach, we have influence, and we have responsibility. Let us not leave this conference with just another report in our bags. Let us leave with a renewed sense of purpose, with a shared vision for what the Baltic Sea can become, and with the political courage to make that vision real. The seas are busy, the stakes are rising, but the course ahead is still ours and yours to choose. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pettersson, for your insightful report and your many years of committed work as rapporteur in BSPC. I think it's the first time I met you. We had the same questions on the agenda, and it was in Trondheim, and it was a firm from Germany, it's Siemens was speaker there, and SINTEF, the international research company. And we had the same term. So our next speaker is Mr. Ulf Hagström. He's a senior vice president for the marine operation and new buildings of Viking Line. Mr. Hagström, the floor is yours.
Here. Okay. Dear delegates, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ulf Hagström. I'm Senior Vice President for Marine Operation and New Building for Viking Line. And I'm working with ships operation for about 30 years. Viking Line in brief, here in Åland Island we are quite well known, but in Baltic, in overall, maybe somebody of you don't know what we are. We are a ferry company in the Baltic Sea. For the moment, we're operating 5.5 ships, and we have done that since the last 60 years. Our fleet is very modern, and we try to find out the best way to meet the future everywhere. In Viking Line, we are on the stock exchange in Finland, and we are about 2,400 employees, and many of the employees lives in countryside and also in archipelago. We see the small blue ball here. There is the Åland Island, and we have a lot of people from the islands working for us, but also from the archipelago in Turku, and what we see on the map around whole Finland, Estonia, and even Sweden. We have around 5,000 passengers, 560,000 cars, 130,000 freight units, and about 2 million tons of gross cargo every year. Our share on our most important route between Turku, Mariehamn, and Stockholm is about 70% for the moment. We have reduced our fuel consumption for each nautical miles with about 30% between 2008 and 2019. We have of course going further with this, but I have not a newer picture for that, but maybe it's about 35% for the moment. During that time, we have also invested in 2 LNG ships that we have on the Turku-Stockholm route. But we have, to reduce this nautical, the fuel consumption for each nautical miles that we have operate, we have done more than 100 different small adjustments and also changed a lot of equipment. But I think it's impossible to come to zero, but we have tried to do the best, and we have achieved around 35%, that is for sure. We are also working with 2 different green corridors. One is between Turku, Åland, and Stockholm. And this is the aim for that is to be carbon neutral in 2035. And we are currently focused on increasing volume of renewable fuels, bio-LNG. And we also try to find out a hybridization of existing ship with quite big battery banks. And the graph here to right is showing how much bio-LNG we have consumed. The last 23, it was about 10 tons. 2024, it was 600 tons. And 2025, it's for the moment about 3,800 tons, but it can be more. This is something that we have signed with the suppliers that we will take. And this means that depending on which kind of biofuel we can receive, we can achieve around between 17,000 to 30,000 tons CO2 every year now in 2025. And then we're also working with this Helsinki-Tallinn route and looking for electrification. So it's going a bit too fast. Challenges, the big challenges is the price, of course, of these renewable fuels, and also it's not so easy to find it. It's a lot of discussion about it, but the quantity is very limited. And also the willingness to pay for these, the price for them is quite much higher than for fossil fuels. And also to get this logistic operation for all these fuels is very, very hard. As Jörgen say here, it's very important that the harbors make it possible to can use this kind of new fuels and also electricity and so on. And yeah, I think it's also a risk to be an early mover. If we're going in the wrong direction, we are a small company, we can make, it's very risky to go be in the first line. This ship, this is a picture from a press release that we sent out 6th of June 2025. We are working more than 2 years with a project with the shipping industry in Finland, some shipyard and some big suppliers, and also some university to try to find out if it's possible or not to build a ship to operate between Helsinki and Tallinn. And what we can see, we think, it is possible to build the ship. It is also possible to operate the ship, but it's a very big challenge to have the electrical power coming to the port. And this is why will we go in this electrical way? This is, of course, depending on the rules that's coming. And in my opinion, somebody needs to take care about the cost and everything like that, so we can have this electrical power in the harbors, because there is quite a lot of investments, and without that, it's not possible to operate this ship. We're still working with this, and we have also going to the European Union and ask for this innovation fund to get some money for this project, and we will get the answer in maybe coming 2 months or something like that. And if that will be positive, we need to build a ship in Europe, and that should be very, very good, of course. Yes, all these things, depending on what is the regulations that coming in forces. Since 2024, we have this European Union ETS in every day or more or less, and now in 2025, this fuel EU maritime comes also into force. That will mean that we need to have use some kind of fuel that not produce CO2 emissions and so on. And this increase every 5 years. And then in 2028, EMO also coming with some new frameworks. And this is quite similar to this European Union's Fuel EU Maritime, but it's maybe in some way it's harder, and it's also very, challenges for us operator to fulfill all these requirements. Some days it will be of course clear, but it should not be that we have both this European Union and the EMO regulation in our minds. It's very complicated in everywhere, and this is also, it occurs a lot of paperwork to report all these things. We report for the moment to, I think it's 4 or 5 different, it's to the flag state, and it's European Union, it's it's a lot of reporting, more or less the same things. So it's very, very hard to work with this, and also it's quite costly in the end. We need to have a black figures on the last line in economical way. We cannot only buy these new fuels. Yes, this is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagström, for sharing your expertise and the practical perspective from the shipping industry for many years. And our final speaker is this segment is Miss Annabelle Kurd. The floor is yours.
Dear audience, dear BSPC, thank you for having me here. I am Annabelle Gerd, former chair of the expert group on sustainable maritime economy at the Council of the Baltic Sea States. During Estonian presidency at the Council, we developed a baseline report on marine digital twins and green shipping corridors in the Baltic Sea region. And I'd like to clarify how these two concepts are instrumental in fostering cooperation, aiming at resilient maritime economy within our region. So the two concepts, marine digital twin, it is a virtual model of a physical marine environment that integrates data from various sources to simulate, analyze, and optimize sea-related activities. And the green shipping corridor refers to a maritime route focusing on sustainable solutions in terms of ships, ports, and coastal communities. So there are some examples of marine digital twins in the Baltic Sea region. For instance, on a national level, there are marine digital twins like Symphony and Plenary. And also there are several ports that have developed their own digital twins. Marine digital twins can be seen and used as the cooperation mechanism. They can facilitate science-based policymaking, they can optimize resource utilization, they can strengthen geopolitical security, and also enhance regional collaboration. However, of course, there are accompanying challenges. As regards fragmentation and overlaps, numerous marine data sources leads to complexities in data access and interoperability. In terms of funding, there is shortage of consistent long-term funding, which is problematic for maintaining the data systems. And in the matter of legality, while individual states are responsible for ensuring national policy and regulatory compliance for their digital twins, there is lack of cross-border legal frameworks. And what concerns security, marine digital twins also require enhanced cybersecurity measures. But moving on to green shipping corridors, and as Ulf already mentioned, the development of green shipping corridors is encouraged by European regulatory framework, including Fuel EU Maritime Regulation and strategies such as EU Emissions Trading Scheme and IMO Greenhouse Gas Strategy. There are notable initiatives like European Green Corridor Network. On national level, there are also several strategies that have been integrated that integrate also green shipping corridors. And on private level, there are numerous memoranda of understanding that are signed between ports and private companies. So here you can see the map of green shipping corridors in the Baltic Sea region. As of February 2024, DNV's database recorded close to 60 green shipping corridor initiatives, doubling from 22 in 2022 to 44 in 2023, when also IMO adopted its revised greenhouse gas strategy. So green shipping corridor can also be taken as a concept that boosts the maritime economy by facilitating investment opportunities. It can be seen as a conceptual approach that encompasses the whole value chain and reduces reliance on road transport. Green shipping corridors drive innovation, and they can be used as a critical strategy supporting policy goals, providing new job opportunities, and setting the Baltic Sea region at the forefront in adaptation of carbon-neutral approaches. So there are also some challenges related to green shipping corridors. The Baltic Sea states face lack of policy instruments and business models. For instance, national policies must rapidly adapt to align with international global shipping requirements. In terms of funding, as the projects involve modernization of infrastructure and port terminals, there is need of state participation in investing into green shipping corridors. And what concerns legality, there is lack of coordinated legal frameworks of the states that are already connected by green shipping corridors. So there is a need to implement transparent regulatory oversight for green shipping corridors, also to prevent potential greenwashing attempts. And regarding energy sources, which is currently the main concern, often our ports aren't technologically mature in comparison to the developing fleet. So the Baltic Sea, it's our shared responsibility, it's our shared mission. Cooperative actions, like implementing these two concepts, are vital for regional security and defense, keeping in mind that Russia increases its capacity of its ports by the Gulf of Finland and also its presence at the sea. Moreover, those cross-border initiatives are instrumental in shaping a unified regional stance on marine governance and maritime development. Also, we have notable regional characteristics for implementing these two concepts, like short distances, heavy traffic, proportion of our ferry lines, dense population, and even vibrant culture of leisure boating. But another valuable resource of the region is its diversity of its nations. In the same way that ecological diversity in nature creates a robust ecosystem, diversity in the Baltic maritime nations creates a more robust maritime region. So if we want Baltic cooperation to function under pressure, we need to focus on joint targets, strategic investments, and smart regulation. In conclusion, I urge a commitment to sustainable decision-making that embraces the potential of our shipping lines and marine digital twins. Our economic, environmental, and geopolitical resilience is linked to the governance of the Baltic Sea. So I ask you to hold your government accountable for resilient decisions. If you go back home and vote for a law, ask yourself, is this truly resilient? Of course, if you know what resilience means. And thank you for your attention and for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kjerd, for your speech. This is the time to open up the floor for some dialogue. But there's actually no one who has asked for the floor. So I think since we're also a little bit behind schedule, maybe that's a good thing, because now we have a 30-minute break and we'll resume the meeting at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Entschuldigung, da haben wir einige. Weißt du es nicht? Nee. Das wollte ich eigentlich auch mal sagen. Ja, stell dir mal vor, das wäre zu gegangen. Stell dir das drauf. Damit kannst du richtig was anfangen. Vor allem, ich bin ja vom Fach. Weißt du?
Wenn Sie mal wieder einen Sachen tragen, der hier hochkant auf den Vorstellen, fand er gar nicht witzig. Da war das Gespräch ganz schnell zu Ende. Und dann habe ich auf den Bürgermeister Dienstzimmer und Fenster geguckt, mach was, wir sind in der ersten Reihe und die werden da mit meine Oma. Ja! Da ist Enkelin hier und ja, wieso das denn auch? Ich finde cool. Wie der alte Frau ist auf dem Bus. Der hatte einfach nur ein T-Shirt an. Der ist einfach mal anders. Oh, hatte ich nicht gesehen. Habt ihr 3 Monate nicht gesprochen? Ja, deswegen bewege ich dich ja jetzt. Ich wäre jetzt gegangen. Aber so ein Kuchen. Also, wir wollen dich nicht allein lassen, aber. Nee, ich gehe auch nochmal raus hier. Aber hier geht schon weiter irgendwann, ne? Ja, 16 Uhr. Ne?
Genau, der kam wohl schon hervor, ja. Genau. Ja, genau, da war sie auch. Genau. So gefällt es mir gut. Ja. Bei den Testagungen, genau, also bei den Ausstellungen. Das ist fein. Genau, sonst morgen mit dem Mund. Ja. Genau, aber dann. Dankeschön.
I think that we will start. They will hear. And, okay. Yeah. Dear colleagues, observers and guests, welcome to the third session of the 34th Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference. This session is entitled Securing the Future, Energy Resilience and Infrastructure Protection in the Baltic Sea Region. The Baltic Sea is a vital yet vulnerable maritime corridor. With heavy shipping activity, critical energy infrastructure and pressing environmental challenges, our region faces a range of threats from geopolitical tensions to hybrid attacks. The sabotage of undersea pipelines has shown us just how fragile our shared assets can be. This session therefore underscores the importance of enhanced cooperation and strategic planning and to ensure both the security and the sustainability of our region. I am honored to co-chair this session with my esteemed colleague from Estonian Parliament, Meelis Kiili. Before we begin with our distinguished speakers, let me kindly remind you to use the request for the floor cards if you have not registered in advance and wish to contribute after the presentations. The floor will be given in order of the cards submitted to the Presidium, and currently we already have 4 requests for the speech. It is now my pleasure to introduce my colleague from the Latvian Parliament, Mr. Andris Kulbergs, who is the chairman of the BSPC Working Group on Energy Security, Self-Sustainability, Resilience and Connectivity. He will deliver the keynote address for this session. Please, Mr. Kulbergs, floor is yours.
Hello. It's working. I'm pleased and a bit saddened that it's over. We've had a very good journey, an interesting journey, a very fruitful common cooperation. I've never seen so many countries have a common vision, no real disruptions in ideas. We were always working like one. And at the end, it's a very good common job we've achieved with this final report. But I must say that as a chairman of the group of energy security, I've only learned the full sentence now that I can repeat. Energy security, self-sustainability, resilience, and connectivity. The final report is in your hands, but I know that not all of you will read it, so we made, and our secretariat made a very good summary where you can really quickly understand what we're talking about. So please read at least that one. But the working group was established in 23, and that was actually right after the war actions of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. And correctly, Russia was excluded because we should have been 11 countries, parliamentarian countries of Baltic Sea. So Russia was excluded, and I think it was right timing, right place, and right moment for establishing this working group, because it focuses on the most important aspects, what we have in common aspects, what we have in the Baltic Sea parliamentarian countries. So Russia definitely poses a threat on energy systems, and it exposed the vulnerability of our critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We actually didn't know, I didn't know that much what we learned during the 2 years of visiting each country, how actually vulnerable we are, because the undersea infrastructure is way, way more interconnecting in our daily life than it was if we talk about World War II. So now we're totally vulnerable. In 2 years we spent 6 in-depth meetings. We had 46 experts. We had field visits, so it was a very good journey what we had. But Russia is not only showing a military threat, we saw that it's a direct hybrid threat, cyber threat, and a warfare which is meant to be to destabilize us, to divide us, to blackmail us, and to undermine our societies. So no longer can we ignore the aggressive strategy of Russia, which our experts described as a great power of flaws, utilizing energy, transport, information, and even people as weapon to disrupt questioning West's stability and to stand strongly, and our division and loss of trust in society. Russia actively fights against the energy transition and our climate policies. And we must acknowledge this is not only a future threat, this, what we, all of us saw, is the existing threat today. And especially in which we saw manifestation in the Baltic Sea region. So we are fortunate not to have a disaster at the moment, but it's actually a time bomb ticking. And it's not about the Russia specifically coordinating. It is because we have the shadow fleet vessels, which are not technically according to the technical condition. The disaster can happen. And we heard today in the speech, one drop of water takes 30 years to change. Imagine this drop of oil, what can happen and what disaster it would be for all of our countries immediately. And it's not a military threat necessary, it's just a technical glitch can happen with these not controlled vessels. And we also heard and fixed that it's 100 to 150 shadow fleet vessels traveling a week through Baltic Sea, a week. And it's 660 of them are in the world acknowledged, but only 150 are under sanctions. We ask the question, why? Why not 660 under sanctions? So they are without transponders, flagless, without insurance, so actually we can't get anybody accountable for any disaster happening. And they're freely moving through our sea. And the first warning came when the Nord Stream 2 was sabotaged in 2022. This was a direct aggression, and we understood we are vulnerable not only technically, but also publicly in the PR, in the media. We were not ready for such things, and the propaganda media was very keen and very effective, taking over the news. So in Finland, we met the EU Hybrid Threat Center. That's where we understood that Russian vessels under different disguise is actually 100 times more operating and doing surveillance, especially in the wind farms, offshore wind farms. And then we understood that actually offshore wind farms can become a direct threat, and they're very vulnerable to any attack. As a result of that, the action is many of the countries of the Baltic countries have frozen the offshore projects. So it's a financial already investment risk what we're facing, so it's already directly affecting our expansion of renewable energy. And the Hybrid Center warned us, if you remember, that Russia will specifically attack, and they even told us the timing of the energy sector of Baltic Sea countries. And it happened. Estlink 2 was broken. We know that. And that was directly. It was good coincidence that we were good in disconnecting of Brel and Baltic countries, and we managed that, and that actually we were saved by a very wild winter. What would have been if it's a harsh winter? So we cannot rely and stay still. And also, we saw in October 2023, there was a deliberate damage of the Baltic Connector pipeline grid. So in order for us to have an issue with the gas supplies and storage, thanks God of the good winter. And also that we also saw a positive example in Finland, how a bankrupted paper mill with a hydroelectric station was reshaped into a new business opportunity, it was turned into one of the fastest computing centers in the world, which has now led, which we visited once more, and I learned, and we learned, that it's led to investment from Google, from UK company, creating additional AI centers, AI computing centers, which has changed the complete scenario for the region, for the city, and also, and what has triggered that? Excessive amount of green energy. Green energy is attracting these investments. So Finland is really ahead of us, and we should learn from that. That was a good point. And Norway, during the visit of Karlsson gas plant and Royal Navy, we learned that we were very good in the EU of going away from fossil dependence of Russian gas, because we were very dependent on pipeline gas. And Norway became our supplier. 43% of the gas is supplied to EU through Norway. But then we learned that the pipelines are thousands of kilometers. And this one huge pipeline is a direct threat to our energy security, because nobody can surveillance is not possible to do on such a scale, and not a single country as Norway can manage it. So we understood that's a vulnerable place, and that's a thing we have to cooperate together. And we also learned that Russian and Chinese vessels are actively monitoring, and that actually they have more and better information of our undersea infrastructure than even we do. Thus, they know more about our offshore energy installations, communication cables, and etc. So from that perspective, I wanted to say that we learned also that legally we are handcuffed, because a legal document which is basing the legal framework is the Paris 1883, not 900, but 1883 year, which is a very old document, and we learned that it's actually, in case of military escalation, there is a clause that you can actually deliberately cut the cables because of that escalation. So that document is not helping us, and we understood that that has to be changed. And also, renewable energy expansion dictates that we should have interconnections between Baltic countries, because that's a must in order to have the expansion. But this threatens the expansion of it, and this is not putting in place financing for expanding such connections between the Baltic countries. So Sweden also showed us that by surveying and inspecting the vessels, the shadow fleet vessels, we understood that there is a clear problem between jurisdiction of the countries, that actually the vessel cannot travel, it has to ask permission in order to go further and inspect it. And this means we don't have this cooperation on the legal basis ready. And they also said that the vessel they captured, and the Chinese have even put the anchor, there is a cable cutting anchor we learned, which is patented, but the patent is put open in the public, so you can actually get and buy such an anchor to install in the vessels, and that's what's been happening. A cable cutting anchor. Can you imagine that? So we also learned in Sweden that we have trouble of development of emission-free maritime transport, because we have old school tender documentation in place, old school thinking. It's not promoting the emission-free maritime transport. So that's also we see as a thing to tackle. So also we learned that we have a very good team. I really thank every single one of you contributing, because we have Benny, who's an expert in maritime, and he's a captain. He really showed us the expertise where we should head and think in terms of maritime solutions, so thank you for that one. And we have Melis, who is a great military expert to us, and also we had Mikko, who showed us from military perspective as well as the data centers, so thank you for that. And we have Marius from Norway, who's actually the energy expert. He has his degree in energy, so that was a great contribution. And we always had Kasper from Poland, who was always challenging us with questions, was the way we went forward. And Kim was from Denmark, was always balancing us between how we should look from EU perspective and Baltic perspective. And Janis, you always put us in the right place, how the Baltic Assembly works, that we shouldn't go out of the reach. So I wanted to say that the group did a good job. This final report should not be put in the table. Actually, what we are asking, what we saw, it is a clear action plan. And it's an action plan we should ask our governments to implement. Seriously. And the job is not finished today because you have to go home, and you have to go home to your governments and tell them, these are the points. Because from these points, and as fast as they can be initiated, depends our security, depends our Baltic Sea, depends our energy prices, depends our connection. We saw the data cables being broken as well. So there's very direct threats to your voters, to your societies, to our countries. So this document is important that it's put in action. And I wanted to say big thank you to every parliamentarian to participate, and also for the excellent country visits we've had. It was a mix of very professional information with the culture. We learned a lot, I did, and thank you for the Secretariat, because the documents, and the level of documents, it's been always so easy for us politicians to come in, jump in on the last minute, and still be professional and have everything ready. So same as this event here. So I thank you, and it was a great journey, but it doesn't stop. We have a lot of job to fulfill this, because it's not going to be easy. We understood that this coordination doesn't happen. We learned that NATO, on our first meeting in Lithuania, to our later meeting in Latvia, there was 1 year past, there was no progress. And the NATO protocol, we learned, does not work. If any of the coastal guards see a deliberate action of cutting cables in international waters, there is no protocol in place of stopping. How crazy can that be? But that's the reality. And we shouldn't be waiting for NATO to respond, because if we wait for that, that's too late. So we have to have things put in place that our coast guards, our Navy works before the NATO protocol, that they have the jurisdiction to check, that they share the information. We also learned one more important thing, that we're not sharing information. That geopolitics have even turned the things around, because now we don't trust, or in between the jurisdictions or in between the agencies, we don't share information as we did before, because we think it's a secret. Thus, we need a clear protocol in between the countries. So these things have to change, and we know they change too slow. Let's not wait for an event to happen to change. Let's change before the event happens. So, because that's going to be way, way, way costly and way, way more disastrous. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, prior to inviting our next speaker to the scene, I'd like to take a liberty and thank Andres for his very enthusiastic leadership. He's a tall man. He acted like an aiming post, so it was very easy to take a bearing gun and shoot. But without further ado, our next speaker is Ms. Marlene Rein, subject matter expert at the NATO Energy Security Center of Excellence. Ms. Rein, the tech is yours.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to be among such a distinguished audience and later also panel. I'm an Estonian diplomat working right now at the NATO Energy Security Center of Excellence based in Vilnius. If you haven't visited the center yet, I encourage you to do this. We are a multinational center dealing with energy security from different perspectives, starting with resilience, critical energy infrastructure protection, and ending with energy efficiency in the military. So it's a very good mix of civilian and military perspectives in one place. I personally find it really difficult to concentrate in the afternoon, so I will try to do my best to keep you and myself awake with some threatening messages. So the keywords of this session, resilience and critical infrastructure protection, probably sound like a mantra to you, because we all know what is happening in our dear Baltic Sea. We just heard about this. And today I want to highlight another critical factor that we often forget. And this is the interlinkage between energy security and cybersecurity. So sorry for adding another stress factor for you. I'm sure many of you remember, well, at least in the first section, most of you remember the good old days when cybersecurity seemed to be, well, just an IT department issue, and you didn't have to worry that someone is hacking into your toaster, fridge, or solar panel. But today, you know, we live in a very highly electrified, digitized world, which we really love, which we really rely on, and this picture doesn't work anymore because cybersecurity and energy security function like a symbiosis, just like we have in nature. And today, I'm not going to speak about technical cybersecurity protocols. Let us leave to this guy there. But I would like to highlight one increasing risk factor that has many political, economic, and social implications. You probably saw the news a few months ago about strange communication devices found in Chinese-made solar inverters in the US. Well, the inverters are like the brains of the solar PV system, and they are often the most vulnerable or the main targets. Here you can see just a small example of the headlines from this year with quite worrisome words like blackmailing, kill switch, alarm bells, and so on. But you might ask, well, so what? Someone is looking at my energy consumption. I don't care, right? Well, here's a list of possible worst-case scenario examples compiled from different research papers, starting with less severe, ending with more catastrophic one. So first we have the typical data exposure. It could be personal data, Wi-Fi password, but also data about our national capabilities, our weak points, sensitive areas. It could be used for targeted phishing attacks against individuals or businesses, so this is rather a small-scale impact, but it could also be used to help facilitate other types of crimes. For example, if there are hidden communication devices in offshore wind turbines, they could also be used for collecting sensitive data about subsea infrastructure. One step forward is the remote control and system manipulation, when the same access will be used to really change some parameters in our solar inverters or wind turbines, change some steering, cut the communication, or even cause fire, explosions, and so on. As a next step, we could have disruptions, so instability in grid that could turn into regional or national blackouts that we probably don't want to witness. There's also the risk of having coordinated attacks simultaneously on different wind farms or solar farms, and they could also be used as part of a hybrid warfare with disinformation to cause fear, chaos, and also lower trust towards public authorities. And finally, what I found most concerning is the Trojan horse scenario. It is when the backdoors are introduced into systems during manufacturing or also later during maintenance, and they may be silent for months or years and then activated at a strategic, let's say, geopolitical, complicated time to use against us. So if everything goes wrong, the consequences could be catastrophic. Luckily, this is right now rather theoretical. Yes, there have been some individual cases, but the whole of this picture is rather on paper. But the question is, can we really turn a blind eye to this, especially if we think about the cooperation between China and Russia and the world we are living right now? To understand the concerning picture better, I'd just like to show you some key facts. Due to time pressure, I won't go into the details. I just want you to remind two main trends. One is that the EU and also the Baltic Sea region within this is more using renewables, and this is of course a very positive trend. Don't get me wrong, it's a very good trend, and you can see some facts if you can read them. And at the same time, the dependency on Chinese technology is increasing, especially in the solar panels and inverters, but also if you think about wind turbine, the materials used for wind turbine manufacturing, then the dependency is increasing. It is estimated that over 200 gigawatts of European solar PV capacity is linked to Chinese manufactured solar inverters. It is roughly the same as 200 nuclear reactors. So the scale is really increasing. So here comes the issue of dependency into play, and the question at what time it really becomes a risk. It is often named silent dependency. I don't know about you, if I look at the facts, it rather seems to be a screaming dependency for me. Fortunately, it is not unnoticed. Several governmental and research institutions have issued warnings. They have called for not repeating the dependency, referring to the Russian gas and turning this to another dependency. Also concrete warnings about Chinese companies' links with state and not repeating the 5G dilemma. You could see in bold some main messages from these institutions. And also we can say that luckily there have been some concrete countermeasures at EU level, and also some national measures. Lithuania has been the most active here, I think, with its own legislation to add here and to restrict the technology from risky countries. But the critics say that we should do much more, as we all have thousands of ticking bombs in our roofs or yards and homes. So what to do? Unfortunately, I don't have one silver bullet, but I listed here the so-called 6 C's that I would like you to pack along with all on souvenirs into your luggage and think about at home. First is the cooperation and coordination. As we have so interconnected trade and energy systems, there is no point to have a large number of individual measures. Rather, we should aim for a joint coordinated measures at EU, NATO, or if not feasible, at least at regional level, because we have this close cooperation and same views on this issue. There should be focused political and technical discussions started immediately, and also the coordination should be enhanced within our countries, between different stakeholders. This is sometimes even more trickier. Second is the consciousness. By this, I refer to the wider awareness, not only at political and technical level, but also awareness of industry, but also our citizens, because we have a increasing number of solar panels at our homes. And residential solar PV systems usually fall below the threshold where the stricter measures are needed, but they are increasing part of our energy mix. Next, we need a comprehensive view. The decision makers need to have a really balanced view of all the risks and benefits, and also the hidden vulnerabilities, the possibilities of cascading effects, which I mentioned before. And it's also important to minimize the risks with a broad toolbox, having cybersecurity measures, but also using trusted providers, diversification. So keeping several irons in the fire, like we like to say in Estonia. And the fourth C is the whole point of the presentation. That is the cooperation, to consider the cybersecurity and energy security as a symbiosis. It's not point to separate them. And of course, this requires a functioning cooperation with our private sector, because they are the cybersecurity experts, but also the users and vendors of solar and wind power systems. And last but not least, the sixth C is for the Center of Excellence of Energy Security of NATO in Vilnius. That is your partner. You can find secure QR codes there to find all the information at our webpage. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rain, for your astute analysis and for sharing NATO's perspective on energy security. thank you for the thrill of reality as well. So we're not only staying awake, but we are staying aware. And we need to remember that the most practical thing is a good theory. Thank you very much indeed. But now we welcome Mr. Anders Wiklund, representing OX2, one of the Europe's leading companies in renewable energy. Mr. Wiklund, the deck is yours. Thank you.
Really nice to be here today. My name is Anders Wiklund. I'm the regional manager of OX2 here on the Åland Islands. OX2, we are one of Europe's leading developers of renewable energy. We have been around for roughly 20 years, having built over 1,000 turbines that are up and running and are mainly focusing on onshore wind, offshore wind, solar PV, hydrogen, and also e-fuels. And among that, when we are developing our projects, the energy security and protecting our assets is vital. However, especially in offshore wind, historically, offshore wind has not been very well protected. But that has changed since the last years back. I would say the last 3 years has really turned things around. And when you work with offshore wind, you really want to make sure you protect it, both because it's extremely expensive assets. We are talking about 10 billion euro investment in offshore wind, but also it's a very, very big opportunity also for authorities to increase the situational awareness in these very remote areas, usually 20 to 30 kilometers out from the coastline. And a couple of years ago, OX2 started to create a concept we call OX2 security concept, where we try to nail down how can you protect offshore wind in the best possible way, both from an air perspective and a surface perspective, and also from an surface perspective. And I will describe today a little bit shortly what we actually did, which ended in a real-life security test we did here on the Åland Islands a year ago from now. So when we started to sketch on the concept 3-4 years ago, we looked in all aspects on the offshore wind, including from the substation, that is a little bit the node of the offshore wind farm, exports cable, interarray cables between turbines, but of course also the turbines themselves. And making sure that how can we put the right technology in the right place to make sure that we don't get any anchor dragging or unsuspicious drones hovering behind a nacelle, and can we spot them and so on. And we did this together with some of the world-leading consultants in the field, vast experience from both offshore wind, but also the Danish Navy. The same goes from the Swedish side, especially Air Force side, cooperation with the Finnish Air Force experience, and then also together with 4 of the world-leading partners in this technology field. So we really tried to get the best out of the best to see, can you create a concept that really, really protects critical asset offshore wind in the correct way. And we presented this concept also for authorities, because we wanted to make sure that this security concept protect our own assets, but also creates incentives for coexistence between defense forces and offshore wind. Meaning that many countries, especially Sweden and Finland, still believes that offshore wind is actually a problem for security surveillance. We believe the opposite. We believe that offshore wind can actually be an opportunity if you co-create this together from the beginning, as many countries have already been doing. And when we presented the security concept theoretically, including for defense force, and said, hey, would you like to team up with us and also do this together, because it will also affect you in a positive way? We got a lot of questions, and many questions also symbolizes that it was very hard to present a solution in a conference room with PowerPoints. So we said, okay, let's do this in real life instead. Let's focus on collecting data and let the data talk instead of having specialists with different opinion. So we chose the site, and we chose Lilla Båtskären, south of the Åland Islands, just a little bit out of Mariehamn, roughly 17 kilometers, and it looks like this currently. So it's a wind farm that is built on 3 different islands, 6 turbines, commissioned around 2009. And from here is also an export cable going into mainland Åland with the energy that is produced here. So what we did was that we implemented real-life technology in this wind farm, consisting of both a mobile radar with over 40-kilometer range, surveilling both air and sea, including actually bird monitoring. This is a nature reserve area also of this wind farm. We also implemented long-range cameras, short-range cameras, night vision, and also hydrophones and sonars on the bottom of the water outside of this island, and DAS system. DAS system is when you take an existing fiber cable underneath the water on the sea bottom and you turn that into a sensor instead. Can be done with all fiber optics cables throughout the Baltic Sea already today, if chosen to do so. And this was placed out on the island for roughly a year ago, and we kept it there for roughly 3 weeks. It looked like this. This was the radar that was put on the main island. This was the hydrophone and sonar that was put on the 6-meter depth, 20 meters out. And this was the control room we built out also here on the island, where we had experts from our partner companies monitoring, can we spot hybrid warfare threats if we send that into this wind farm? Can they be detected? Can we see anchors? Can we see drones? Can we see rebreather divers coming silently into the park? And this is a short video showing what we did. Yeah, yes. Need to call NATO Cyber Center. All right, well, we have it on our website. You can go in and check it out as well. Okay. We are too many on the Wi-Fi, that's apparently the problem. But you can go in and check it out on oxtud.ax. But to sum it up, we tested over 200 different threats over a course of 3 weeks, include anchor drop as well, and see if we could detect anchor dropping and anchor dragging also happening. And then we presented this for authorities, 3 different countries, over 10 defense forces, with data and real-life tests. And the conclusion was that offshore wind can definitely help to increase situational awareness in remote areas that are hard to monitor today, if chosen to do so. So my personal reflection after this test is it's a lot about willingness and attitude. Technology is there, data is available if you want to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiklund, for your valuable contribution. We might have had a peer competitor or Chinese intervention in your presentation, but nevertheless, very good presentation. Thank you for that, and highlighting the industry perspectives on renewable energy solutions. Our next speaker is Mr. Thomas Koopman, Director at Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. Mr. Koopman, the deck is yours. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thomas Koopman. Thank you for the invitation, Chairman, Vice Chairman, parliamentarians. I'm honored to be able to speak to you today about this very important topic. I was asked to keep brief, so my presentation will be relatively brief today. So I work with a company called Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. What we do is basically raise capital from primarily in institutional investors and place those in renewable projects. We have today raised more than 30 billion euros from more than 180 investors globally. What we do is invest that money into renewable projects, but we also do development of projects, meaning that we are involved in the conception of the projects all the way through to operation. We are developing and believe we are one of the leading, if not the leading, dedicated renewable developer globally in the financial sector. We develop projects both within offshore wind, but also onshore wind, batteries, solar PV, but also within hydrogen production, hydrogen pipelines, and many other technologies. So we have a very broad perspective of how the different technologies work together. One thing I'm pleased to say today, also bringing some good news, is that the future energy system that we're looking at developing is renewable based and is resilient from ground up. Why is that the case? That is the case because, as all will know, renewable energy systems are based on intermittent energy sources. What does it mean? That's a professional term for basically saying the wind and the sun is blowing and shining at different levels all the time. So there's a lot of variability in the future energy system. That basically means that the energy system that we are developing and that we already have to place today is based on a very resilient system, because it needs to cope with whenever there is no sun or no wind. There still needs to be power in the power outlets of the everyday consumer. It's also an energy system that is distributed. That is also good news, because it makes it more difficult to attack. In the old days, where we had few central power stations, it was very easy or more easy to take out individual power stations. In the future, when we have a lot of solar panels, we have a lot of wind farms, we have a lot of batteries distributed, it will be more difficult to take out the whole system if the system is developed correctly. But it obviously depends on two things. One is cybersecurity, one is about system resilience, as was mentioned before from previous speakers. There need to be a resilience built into how the system is operated so that it cannot be taken out remotely. Another element that is important is also transmission. How can we make sure that we send the power and the energy in the right place where it's needed at the right time? That is a really important topic, not just for the agenda that we're speaking about today, but also for the energy system in principle. Because there are times when the wind is blowing in some places and while it's not in other places. And then in those cases, we need to be able to transport the energy from one country to another to exploit the renewable energy system and the renewable energy sources and to keep the cost down. So there's a very practical example already in Denmark, the country where I'm coming from, where we have had many times significantly more than 100% of the energy system or the energy need covered by wind energy. Most of that energy has not been lost. It has been shipped to our neighboring countries who had stored that, for instance, in Norway in the form of hydropower, but also sent to Germany for use. Likewise, there are periods where Denmark has very little energy production, and then we enjoy, through these interconnectors, import of that energy. That all contributes to energy resilience. But we need much more of that. We are by far not done with the energy transition. We are by far not able to have a fully resilient system as we are talking about today. Much more needs to be done. So what is one of the things that we are working on, aside from all of these renewable projects, building wind farms, batteries, solar parks, etc.? That's the transmission side. And for the transmission side, we need to build more transmission systems. That is a really important point, again, not just for energy resilience, but also for enable utilizing of the energy resources. One example that I can bring very concretely today and mention is the Baltic Sea Hydrogen Collector. That is a project that we are working on together with Finnish and other the Finnish TSO gas grid and other partners as well. And that project is a project that enables basically a hydrogen pipeline going from Finland all the way down to Germany, connecting along the way to other markets. Why is that an important project? That is an important project because it enables Europe to tap in one of the most cost-competitive hydrogen sources in Europe, which is the Nordic countries. But it also enables balancing of energy. So what is really important to understand is that, as I mentioned before, the sun and the solar, the wind and the sun is not stable energy sources, they need balancing, and their hydrogen is a key component of that. In order to keep the cost down, these pipelines are really, really important for that. What is needed to enable these pipelines and these transmission systems? That is support from public funds. Why is that important? That is important because while we, as a private investor, can support the development of the project, we cannot carry the whole project, or our investors cannot carry the whole project completely. That is the case because initial investments of these projects are very high capex investment, meaning that they require a lot of financing very early on. But in these assets, there will not be many consumers for the first years. It takes time for industry to ramp up. It takes time for consumers to ramp up, in this case, use of hydrogen. So in these early years, there need to be some public support for these projects that can then be paid later when the systems are up and having a high utilization. Germany has shown the way with their core grid regulation, the so-called intertemporal cost allocation mechanism, that is right now being debated by ESA in the European Commission. So that is one of the things that we highly advocate is continued and implemented to enable projects like the Baltic Sea Hydrogen Collector to enable a better energy resilience for Northern Europe and for Europe as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koppen, for your presentation and for underlining the role of infrastructure investment in regional resilience. We now turn to Mr. Jukka Savolainen from the Hybrid COE. The Hybrid Center of Excellence is an international organization dedicated to countering hybrid threats. Mr. Savolainen, please take the deck.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation and thanks for being mentioned by Andris Kulbergs in the beginning of their visit to Hybrid Center of Excellence. So just briefly, what is Hybrid Center of Excellence? We were established in 2017 in Helsinki by 9 signatory states in order to combine EU's and NATO's understanding on that something that is called hybrid threats or hybrid warfare. Today we have grown to cover all these possible member states that we can have, or participating states. 36 states have joined in, and that means all EU and NATO states. And on behalf of the center, I would like to say I'm from the corner, Community of Interest, Vulnerabilities and Resilience. So we provide for exercises for actors in your country, private, public, and civil and military. And basically what we want to do is to have a light exercise, means that you invite us and then we talk to you, what is it that you want to test, and we will prepare with you 2 days, and then we will act with you 1 day, and you invite the visitors. So this, we are there for next year's work plan, it's open again. Here we have, this was well covered already actually, but here we have the 4 anchor tracking vessels that almost in a year did drag anchors accidentally in the Baltic Sea basin. And from the maritime sailor's viewpoint, it is such a grave thing to happen that your anchor would be left unguarded and you would have to eliminate 2 or 3 elements that are making it impossible for the chain to go out, that it is not an accident, I would say, in any of the cases, but certainly it cannot be an accident that this happens 4 times in a little bit more than a year. So don't believe anything else, but these altogether cannot be an accident. So if these are hybrid operations, then there might be such potential aims as testing of the sabotage method, cable cutting anchor or a usual one, and also ours, affected countries' reaction. And I would say that this is, we have done a bad job here in the sense that they have shown, they know based on these incidents that cables and gas pipelines can be cut with tracking an anchor. And then On the other hand, what they have realized is that we will not be able and willing really strongly to contest these after activities. We will put them in the criminal procedure of rule of law-based Western states, which will take years, basically, and everybody is innocent until proven guilty. So this is very far from the policy of trying to showcase that these are done intentionally. We don't have such a mechanism right now. And this showcases the capability to inflict damage, and like Marlene Rein said, something bigger can happen. So these are individual tests. Don't care about them so much. But what if 10 ships keep tracking simultaneously all around Europe? And simultaneously, you combine some cyber attacks and some physical sabotage on electric stations on the countryside. It's possible to inflict a Europe-wide blackout, and in such a way that it will not be built up again in 2 days, as it normally happens in the cascading power supply failures. So these are tests for something more serious. And now this can also be a predictable platform for escalation in the Baltic Sea area, like in the case of Veit, when they said that the Swedish police had been aggressive. Okay, we don't believe it easily, but now it has been said. And this is possibly also, they made now Sweden and Finland, maybe some of the most blue-eyed nations globally, have now stopped a vessel outside of their territorial waters. So we have undermined UNCLOS, but it's for good purpose, because we could not let this happen, that the Estlink 1 would also be cut, because that would have maybe made it impossible for Baltic states to desynchronize from the Russian grid. So in this individual case, there was potentially a very clear operational reason behind cutting 2 of the 3 cables, and maybe later the 3rd cable that supports Baltic states' electricity. Their volume is altogether the same as 2 big nuclear power plants. Right, so there's something going on. Nobody says that this is China's and Russia's joint secret operations. Nobody has said, so I don't say either. So I would also like to draw your attention that here are your heads of states. And this was a political real success, the stopping of Eagle S based on a new interpretation of international law, and then establishing the Baltic Sentry operation. This is important, and it can be something else, not just protecting undersea critical infrastructure. We have plenty of scenarios where Russia can challenge us country by country with a pre-planned escalation, where we are very weak against Russia, because it makes it look like as if we are the ones who are starting war against Russia. Very weak position. So in all these kind of escalations, it's very important that we would have a lot of flags, as many as possible, involved in the operation. So this Baltic Sentry concept is very important. We must keep it up. And like Andris said, this is the work for you politicians. We know the friction within the state administrations, etc. They don't move. NATO, they don't move. EU, very slow. So this is your job. Kick some speed in these developments. Let's keep it up and develop this modus operandi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Savolainen, for shedding the light of the hybrid threat landscape and its implications for the Baltic Sea region. But thank you also tasking us politicians to take things seriously. Thank you very much indeed. It's now my pleasure to introduce Professor Henrik Ringblom, Professor of Maritime Law at Abo Academy University in Finland, and Professor at the Scandinavian Institute of Maritime Law at the University of Oslo. Professor Ringblom, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I want to talk about law a little bit because it has been referred to many times already. It has been said that we are legally handcuffed in addressing these types of threats that we are facing. Well, what we normally mean by that, when that is said, is principally references is to the law of the sea, which is the oldest form of public international law. It's basically a law that divides maritime spaces into separate zones, differently for water and the seabed, and establishes what can be done in those various areas. This all is very coordinated for the moment through something called the Constitution for the Oceans, the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, which is very widely accepted almost by all states, and even those who are not parties accept that it is binding as a matter of customary law for these parts. Of course, not everything is covered in this convention, even if its intention is to cover everything that has to do with ocean use, but you cannot really cover everything, so there will always be gaps, and there are gaps in this convention as well. If we look at the Baltic Sea, in light of this division of maritime zones, this is how it looks, the map. There are no high seas areas anymore. There is no man's land in the Baltic Sea. It's too small for that. So, and we have no international seabed areas as well. So everything, every point in the Baltic Sea belongs to some state's jurisdiction. And of course we have the territorial sea as always, but then the new thing is that there is this from the economic zone, which can extend up to 200 nautical miles from the baseline. And it is an interesting zone because what can actually be done and not be done in that zone depends on what we are talking about. If we talk about fisheries or operating wind farms, the coastal state has very large powers and rights, but if we talk about shipping, it is more like the high seas. So the key question that has been mentioned here and which I want to focus on is, can we intervene against a ship that is suspected of sabotaging critical energy infrastructure on the exclusive economic zone? You can see that we have corridors that you can travel from the end of the Finnish Gulf up to the Atlantic through economic zones, that is international waters. You don't have to cross the territorial waters of any state except the Danish Straits, but that is subject to a separate regime. So this is why we have to pose this question: can we do something about a suspected ship in this economic zone? And why is it important, that question, to intervene? First of all, if we can intervene, that opens up the possibility to do series of investigations, again, what has actually happened, even if those investigations don't result in a conviction, which is notoriously difficult. It requires proof of intent and all sorts of, I mean, the whole point of hybrid action is to operate very, very discreetly and not leaving many traces. But even that is the first chance to even to inspect the matter in some detail. It also opens up the possibility for other procedures against the ship, like civil liability compensation compensation measures, because it's very expensive to break cables and to repair them. This type of stopping also allows the process to begin whereby somebody is held liable to pay those type of damages. And maybe most importantly, it sends a signal that this is not something that we can tolerate, that ships are doing this type of activities on our exclusive economic zones without us doing anything in response. Before I go into the legal question, I just want to highlight one important point, and that is that we are not talking about shadow fleet here. From a legal point of view, that is a different problem and a different set of questions are raised, but this is about sabotage of infrastructure. Shadow vessels are about avoiding sanctions and it's a lucrative business, but they don't want to harm anything. This, what I'm talking about now is international sabotage or suspicions of that. There's only one ship, the Eagle S over here, that has actually been both at the same time. But otherwise they have been separate. So, the problem is that in this law of the sea, there is no explicit right for coastal state to intervene. And you can deal with this in two ways. You can say that, okay, there is no explicit right, we cannot do anything. Or you can say that, hey, this is a gap, we need to address this gap in light of the rules of international law. And to me, to say that you cannot do anything is the same as saying that we are including the right to sabotage infrastructure in the freedom of navigation, which of course cannot be the right way to understand international law. So there are rules how to address uncertainties in international law. We have the Convention on the Treaty Vienna Convention on Law of Treaties, which has rules on treaty. But there are many things here, I cannot go into detail. In the text of the convention itself, there are numerous provisions which indicate that the freedom of navigation is not absolute. You cannot do anything just because you are on the high seas and your flag state doesn't care. You cannot sink other ships on the high seas. You cannot shoot aircraft from a ship on the high seas. Of course not, even if it's not said in the law of the sea. So why would it be any more acceptable to sabotage pipelines? It is also clearly indicated as a criminal activity in the Law of the Sea Convention. It's just, the problem is that it's only left for the flag state to address this. In addition to the text itself, we have also various exceptions, like balancing, taking into account the rights of the coastal state in all contexts, and there are some exceptions on hot pursuit, where you can actually start chasing a ship if it has done something different. All these may be relevant, but also we have to understand what is the object and purpose of this regime. It is to create a peaceful order of the ocean. It is not to protect criminal activity. I think that is relevant as well. And then also we are dealing with a threat that was not discussed in the convention. Like many other such threats, climate change and others that were not foreseen, we have filled the gaps by establishing new rules informally or formally. We could do the same here. And then finally, I also want to say that the Law of the Sea Convention, of course, is not isolated. It's part of the bigger international law picture, which includes law on state responsibility, etc., which also provides for exceptions, that you can sometimes be allowed to do things that wouldn't otherwise be justified if the conditions are right, etc. There is not much case law in this field because there hasn't been many cases. In fact, the Eagle S court case started today. So that is going to be an interesting one, but normally we have very little to look back on when establishing the rules here. Let me just conclude by saying that the situation is far from straightforward, however you look at it, and when the law is uncertain, it offers much more room for practice, also to establish what the law actually is. That is a feature of international law, that you can actually complement law by state practice. And I think what follows from this little super brief review is that it is a matter of case-by-case assessment what you can do against a particular ship on the exclusive economic zone. You cannot say that you can never do anything, and you cannot say that you can always stop it. It depends on various things. I have listed a few here, not least the gravity of the suspected offense and the impact of the coastal state itself, but also the availability of evidence, which means that you improve your legal case if you are quick and have information. So there are a number of things that can be done differently from global, regional, and national level. I shall not say very much on them now because my time is up, but that is really my point. We have a series of things to do. Some are practical, some are legal. You don't need a new convention to start doing, because there is a whole lot of jurisdiction there to be utilized even as it is now. If you're interested in the topic, I finally market a little article that is just out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ringbaum, for your important legal perspectives on Baltic Sea shipping and maritime governance. Janis?
Yes, dear colleagues, we have 4 applications for short statements. And my proposal is that we are going for this part of discussion now, 3 minutes for every speaker, and then we will go for panel discussion. So, and as a first, I'm inviting Jüri Ratas, who has participated in to support the activities of BSPC as a Speaker of the Parliament of Estonia, as the Prime Minister of Estonia. And now, please, Jüri, floor is yours.
Yes, I think all consumers around the Baltic Sea benefit from a well-connected electricity market. This allows us to receive electricity from where it is produced most cost efficiency. But for that we need underwater cables, also for natural gas. The direct connection from Russia has not delivered anything since Russia started its unjustified war against Ukraine in 2022. So now neighbors who have LNG terminals must help those who do not have them. This also means using underwater pipelines like the Baltic Connector. Vessels from Russia ports have harmed underwater infrastructure several times, too many times to be accidental. We have to monitor all suspicious vessels and act fast. Previous decisive actions have most probably avoided many new destructions, and we have to keep our response strong. Also, in the concerning autumn, when repair works will be almost impossible due to storm conditions during fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratas. And the next speaker, Pauli Aalto-Setala. And after him, Arsh Kumar from ReGeneration 2030. Please, Pauli, floor is yours.
I will be brief, but first of all, I'd like to thank Jukka and Andri's fantastic report, and I will promise I will deliver to our Prime Minister next thing in the morning. There are so many angles and so many views of safetiness of Baltic Sea that I will concentrate only one. And not only as a policymaker, but also as an Icelander. I live in the middle of the archipelago of Finland, and also search and rescue volunteer. So I'm talking about shadow fleets and the circumvention of sanctions. Firstly, we need to ensure that anyone who contributes to unlawful and environmentally hazardous operations in the Baltic Sea or is circumventing sanctions is prevented from entering the waters and held accountable. Secondly, we need to push on our governments, the EU and all other international bodies to expand sanctions and ensure they include flag states, logistics providers, insurers, anyone facilitating these operations. Thirdly, efficient insurance requirements together with port inspections and a reliable tracking system should ensure full transparency of all cargo and destination of ships sailing in the Baltic Sea. And finally, we need to establish a more effective joint mechanism of enforcement of these measures to ensure the safety of navigation and the future of the environment of the Baltic Sea. Words are not enough, we need the actions of our governments. And like I said, I will do my job to implement that. I was delighted to hear this morning from President Stubb that the CBSS has been tasked with the security of underwater infrastructure and would welcome more coordinated joint efforts in tackling and countering Russia's shadow fleet together through implementing our upcoming recommendation to the governments. Shadow fleets worried me the most. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Pauli, for intervention. And now I'm asking Arsh Kumar, please take the floor. And after him, Mika Polvinen.
Good afternoon, dear parliamentarians and the participants. My name is Arsh. I'm based in Sweden. I'm working and I'm studying as well. I'm studying environmental engineering, and I was working at Borlänge Energy, which is a prime recycling facility in Sweden. So while during my work, I realized like how energy reliance is not just energy security, but also a part of national security. As we have seen in this third session, how pipelines can be used to sabotage the country and collapsing the whole system. For example, Nord pipeline in September 2022, there was no confirmation that it was an accident or a sabotaging, but still we all know what it was. So there is always discussion about how we can be more energy efficient, but where is the money coming from? Recent ongoing conflict in Ukraine, we all have to, every country have to divert their economies to different parts, sometimes increasing military or militarizing their country. But there is a thing that on a ground level should be changed, not just on a citizen level, but also as for all people living in the country. It is important to how we can solve a problem from a small taxation system. There are huge subsidies on aviation fuel, and there are very less subsidies on, for example, public transportation, which is considered as clean, for example, trains and buses. For example, mostly in the Nordic countries, trains are more expensive than flights. So that can be used as a boost of economy, increase tax on aviation fuel, and the same revenue can be used to make or to build more infrastructure, for example, building bullet trains, which will increase mostly people used to use flights just for a time efficiency. But if there will be an option of bullet train, there will be a better way to use that. And the people who use private jets, increasing fuel prices on the aviation fuel wouldn't change anything for them, but there will be a huge revenue for government to invest it in the renewable energy or in the better infrastructure of public transportation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ars, for your intervention. And now, Mika Polvinen from Finnish Parliament, please, floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Kaspar, Andris, thank you for leading our work group. It was great to be a part of this group and have new work for me to work together the Baltic Sea countries as politicians, and that was great. On a personal level, I feel this so great that I encourage the younger people to have this same experience in the future, because this is one of the best part of the political career I have this far. But as we have heard from our speakers, our societies are in an unpredicted situation of constant hybrid attacks and threats. We call on our government to increase collective deterrence, collaboration and preparedness against these threats, be they sabotage, cyber attacks or information manipulation. Countering these threats could be done by improving our joint threat analysis, institutional resilience and more effective rapid response capabilities. Let's not limit ourselves to these. We need to share the collect data to predict and assess all possible conflict and hybrid attacks scenarios. As we heard today, we have a technology, we can use it. We have AI, we have a data, we can collect and we can put it the same data. At 6th meeting in Tallinn at May this year, we find that we need to build up the big security data in the Baltic Sea in order to embrace and use artificial intelligence, AI, in new way. Our aim should be to create real-time, updated digital twin, a digital model of the current time situation so that we can berate it and simulate it with all different threat scenarios. The winner at the end is the one who has the capability to predict. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikko. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move into the panel discussion. It's going to be rather rapid, compressed. We got 20 minutes. And that will be moderated by Ms. Keira Dignan, Secretary General of the ReGeneration 2030. Ms. Dignan, floor is yours.
Fantastic. And everyone can hear me on the handheld mic? Yes, fantastic. Now for a panel discussion on energy resilience and infrastructure protection in the Baltic Sea region. We have 20 minutes, so my speakers will forgive me for having a rapid-fire introduction of them. And I'm going to ask you to wave to our audience to remind them of who is who, just in case anyone should be forgetting. So first we have Marlene Wren, who is subject matter expert at the NATO Energy Security Centre of Excellence. We have Anders Wiklund, who is a regional manager from the company OX2. We have Thomas Koopman, who is director of the Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. We have Jukka Saivolainen, who is from the European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats. We have Henrik Ringbom, who is Professor of Marine Law at the Åbo Academy University in Finland and Professor at the Scandinavian Institute of Maritime Law at the University of Oslo. Last but not least, we have Andres Kuhlberg, who is chairman of the BSPC Working Group on Energy Security. So, my first question is to you, Andres, and you presented the report that the working group has been working on through 3 meetings and a lot of online work. And you mentioned that you are proud of this because it is not just a report on the situation as it is, but it comes with strong action points that you will be taking to governments. I would love to hear if, I'm sure you can't be partial, but in a personal capacity, if there is one particular action point that you are particularly interested in governments hearing when you pass them your report.
Well, I think the infrastructure, we started everything with energy. So it was all about how can we develop green energy in combination together, but it ended up with a real threat to all this expansion. And so we totally rely on common cooperation, and that is something which is not really working well. And yes, it is working well in our speeches, it is working well, but when we look at documents, it actually happens way, way too slow. And from that perspective, I see a complete freeze of all this green energy movement further if we don't fix the Baltic Sea security. And actually, we are much stronger altogether than one single Russia with all of these threats. But we are weak alone. So this, I want to see this further from these points. Then can we actually do one single thing? There is a legal loop, and we looked into it. We had a meeting in Sweden. that actually in today's legal situation you can stop and we can fight Russian threats. We can stop these ships with our European bureaucracy. We can put the bureaucracy on top of them, put under control in the economic zone, check the vessels and clearly put the rules ourselves, what vessels should apply, all vessels, and if they don't, they can't. So this is something I would really love seeing, that we stick together and really do the opposite what they expect.
Thank you. Would my panelists like to reply on anything said? In which case, I think that's a really nice bridge to a question I had for Henrik Ringborg. You mentioned how marine law is not isolated from other international law. So in order to protect marine law, we must uphold its rules. And I'm interested in to what extent you think that it is important that Baltic Sea nations uphold all aspects of international law, including, for example, the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, in order to support our ability to uphold marine law and the rule of law in our region. And with that.
Yep. Thank you. I think it's very important that we are not seen as being sloppy with our attention to international law, because that would really be falling into another type of trap if we would be ignoring the international legal rules. And so, I mean, then others could start doing that even worse. So that is clearly not an option. What I was trying to say was rather that we could use the international tools that we have already better and to the full, and also to fill the gaps that exist in international law by joint interpretation. I think normally the regional level is probably the most natural, whether it's EU or NATO, because you need a certain critical mass for these type of interpretations and applications of gaps to have force. And I think that is really where the most important action points should be taken. And I mean, if that is done in an organized manner, transparently about what we consider this law to be saying at this point and how we are going to respond to this and this type of threat, it in a way also prevents an uncontrolled escalation, because then it's quite obvious what we are going to do in what situation. So I think it would be very dangerous to start, I mean, smaller nations depend on a solid international legal system, and it would be very, very dangerous to start cherry picking from the international rules and ignoring some.
And any replies? Thank you for that. And in that spirit, we heard from Jukka Saivalainen that there are one of the threats of the hybrid threats that we are seeing is that it will deter states, that deterrence might be the aim of some types of sabotage. And I would be really interested to hear if you have a perspective on what sorts of actions are most at risk of being deterred from. So what should we be bold in doing and not allow ourselves to be deterred from by these sabotage and threats of sabotage?
This was clever. You pointed out my weak point, and I because I'm actually sarcastic when I put it that way. Normally, our main message is that we have to be prepared for a high-impact hybrid operation where several vectors attack simultaneously. And in order to put it in a polite way, I wrote there to the slide that this might be regarded as deterrence by China and Russia against us. That look, this is what we can do. Basically, we know that, and maybe it deters us a little bit. Well, we need, of course, to be able to counter this kind of an idea, and there are three main things to do. First, of course, improve the resilience of these systems. Secondly, in the serious cases, do what we don't do now. attribution. Because if our citizens are 2, 3, 4, 5 days without electricity, many people dying, they are so angry at our own governments. But if you can manage to say, thank you, Russia, you did this, it will turn it entirely upside down, because then our citizens will be furious about Russia and they will be supportive of all sorts of countermeasures. So that's why the attribution, even if it's almost, apparently it's impossible to conduct it in cases like Nord Stream, etc. But it must be done as a matter of days, if not hours, in this case when we really have this high-impact hybrid operation. And now again, talking to politicians, here are some more butts to be kicked. These intel and security authorities, I used to work there myself, they don't say anything. They classify everything just for the case, because they don't want that anybody knows what they can and what they cannot. It's their internal code of conduct. And now it's time to open these gates in the most serious case, even if we haven't seen any sort of attribution and will not see in these 4 cases of anchor tracking and Nord Stream. Attribution, resilience, and then the third point is avoid serving this momentum when this would be very usable for our adversaries. A momentum would be, for example, in my opinion, necessary debate where Europe should send troops to Odessa now in order to preempt Putin's maximum gains, because they want to take the whole southern coast. By sending troops there, we would preempt this. Okay, when this debate starts in the European Parliament or NATO and EU, etc., that's the time when we would face this kind of high-impact hybrid operation. So don't serve this momentum. Act early enough not to give this momentum. Thank you.
Any replies? Thank you. In that vein, we've discussed in this session both theoretical threats to renewable rollout as well as actual sabotage that is already happening to our fossil fuel infrastructure. So with that, Marlene, I would love to hear your thoughts on how governments can communicate effectively about the security risks of hybrid threats involved in renewable transition without contributing to civil society backlash against that transition, so to both wind and solar.
Thank you. Very good question again. So I'm really happy that we have a youth that is so well aware of all the things. It's a very positive thing. Well, first thing, I think the awareness is the key at every level. First, the political level as well. Need to be aware of all the risks and benefits. It is like well, we can compare it to prisoner's dilemma. There are so many challenges and dilemmas in this play. It's the price thing. It is an inconvenient topic as well for politicians, for everyone, because it is a huge player. If you talk about China and trade, is it a threat? Is it a competitor? Is it a partner? There are so many implications there. But how to communicate this to the citizens? Well, I think it's again the balanced view to talk seriously about the threats that might be there. It's not only China. The inverters could be insecure also from other providers. It's not only Chinese inverters, but the whole issue of cybersecurity. It has to be this. The measures need to be well prepared. It should be preventive, but also how do we react? The same issue with attribution is for cybersecurity. A really good challenge that we all face. So it's a whole mix of tools to be resilient in theoretical level, to prepare, and also to say that we have those risks here and there.
I just wanted to comment that we're talking about a lot of security aspects, but about energy and energy situation, if we're pushing the renewable pedal to the floor, and that's what we're doing. One issue what we all have and what we learned, that each country has a separate energy strategy. And it's not really shared enough. But if we talk about solar power and wind power, it requires a common approach. It requires very good interconnection as rightly mentioned by Danish colleague, was that it's balanced out by somebody else, by a neighbor, when it's not there. So this interconnection is important. But we see now these threats, and in general, we're like an island, many times kind of keeping our countries better things to us, not sharing enough. We don't see this shared strategy of energy expansion, especially among countries over the borders. That's specific in Baltics. I think it's a general issue which we have to be on a government level way more connected, way more aligned.
And on the topic of the coordination of this transition, Thomas Koopman, you work for Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, who are the world's largest dedicated fund manager within greenfield renewable energy investments. Now, the energy transition is somewhat driven by the private sector in our region, and as you mentioned, split across borders. Now, we know that fossil fuel profit rates still outstrip, on average, renewable profit rates in our region, despite the fact that paradoxically, renewables remain cheaper to produce. I believe that Brett Christopher's latest research shows that we have around a 15% return on investment for fossil fuels in our region, whereas more like a 5 to 8% return on investment for renewables. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, why is this, and what impact does that have on our region's short and long-term energy security?
That's a very good question. Thank you for that. I'm not sure I can answer it to the fullest because there are many facets to this. But I think at least one thing I think that is worth noticing is that where the returns are, that's also where a lot of investors will be going, and it creates a lot of momentum also on the supply side, the demand side, when they see that there is a lot of profits in oil and gas, and then that obviously drives the availability of those type of products. Whereas from a general societal point of view, we want to see the opposite. So I do think that there is a big mismatch or misbalance between where the subsidies are going and where we want to take the societies in general. And I think there are a lot of explanations for that. They may be good or bad, but to some degree it's because we've used to being affordable driving a gasoline car. We're used to being cheap getting plastics or whatever is being used by these fossil products. They are used in almost every kind of product you can imagine today. Plastics is a very good example of that. What I really think is an important thing to see from this point of view, also from the political side, is that building out more renewables is, in our view, the most cost-effective way of building the energy system of the future. So we have run a lot of different simulations trying to look at what would, under different assumptions, the most cost-efficient build-out system for Europe look like in terms of the future energy system. And there are renewables in a very nice mix between onshore wind, offshore wind, solar PV, batteries, and hydrogen. In different constellations across different countries is by far the cheapest way of building out the energy system, and not just looking at it from a renewable and an energy transition point of view, but from a pure cost perspective. There are some challenges. This will not come overnight. We have seen that a lot of renewable generation can be built out on market terms. Onshore wind, solar PV are very good examples. Batteries is seeing a very big wave these days in several markets where they are built out on purely commercial terms, but common infrastructure that is shared in the society, where the benefits are flowing to the society, multiple users, that will require public support in some way or form. We are seeing that with the Baltic Hydrogen Sea Collector. That is a project where we can, with our investors, finance part of the development, but we have been so lucky also to get some support from the EU on that project that will enable us to take the project to the next phase. But it's these kind of things that we need to see to experience the cost-effective future energy system.
Thank you. And on that point, perhaps zooming in more specifically onto wind power, as we've heard through today, as one of the strongest forms of decentralized and therefore secure energy opportunities in our region. Anders Wiklund, what barriers do you see from your company's perspective currently face the rollout of wind power in the Baltic Sea region?
Thank you. Good question. I think there are two main answers to that point. One is general offshore wind when it comes to how industries goes in cycles. As all industry, also the offshore wind has had better times and it has worse times. And currently we have been a little bit on a down period with offshore wind having struggled to get the kind of commercial terms in place to actually get financial investment decision to get going. That goes up and down over time in cycles, as all industries. The other part is especially connected to the Swedish, but partly also Finnish defense forces way to look at coexistence between offshore wind and defense force in general. Many countries has already done the coexistence and proved that it works very, very well, whereas for Sweden and Finland this is quite new, but having a huge impact with all the coastal kilometers for potential really good offshore wind which is needed. And I think Sweden and Finland needs to learn more from the countries that already done it and also have the political support to actually move forward. And when I say Finland, that's the southern part of Finland, including southern the Åland Islands. So learn from others and utilize those experiences to get it going.
Thank you for that. And now as this fast-paced panel is running to the end of its time slot, I'm going to be cruel and ask a question straight from the Youth Forum. We have focused very much on the role of climate in energy security and security more generally in our region. There was a letter written by 42 climate scientists. Now it was addressed to the Nordic Council of Ministers, but I believe it's very relevant also for the Baltic Sea region in October of last year. And they wrote that the risks of the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current, so that's AMOC, collapsing has been vastly underestimated and is currently showing signs of instability. Now, what that would mean for the security of our region is great cooling in the north, plunging us into an extreme winter. For example, with Åland, places like Åland reaching average temperatures of 0 in June within the lifetime of my grandchildren. That's why one of the Youth Forum's recommendations for the BSPC that we presented is that we recognise climate collapse as a major security concern. Now, from what I hear, climate risks are already on the table very much in how the governments of this region are assessing our security. But we know that we're lagging behind as a region hugely when it comes to climate action still. So what would taking climate change as a security risk seriously look like in our region? And I ask that as an open question to anyone.
I would answer very quickly. The number one thing is stop the war. I don't see anything else as being the most climate effective, affecting the climate and affecting our resources, where we divert our resources. We divert our finances and money. Now how much we're going to spend a percentage on defense. What kind of resources is going to use? Fossil, of course, rare materials and everything. I think that's the number one priority before we even talk about the climate aspect. So imagine how much of Ukraine we will have to rebuild. Imagine what resources of cement and concrete that will be used in metal. Imagine all that is just because of one person wanted to play a war. So the further we go, the more climate will be affected. So I think that's the most effective way, rather than putting a lid on ourselves at the moment. So because it's way, way worse. Thank you.
Thank you. China is building 44 gigawatts of coal power plants. This is 44 big nuclear power plants. And so this doesn't change. If we mix the word security, climate is important. I don't deny the climate change, but climate is climate, security is security. If we mix these two words, those who oppose security, meaning national defense, etc., they can use this mixing by shifting defense money to climate issues, like they do build bridges now in some countries. So these should not be mixed. And besides, no, it's time to start showing some hope in this climate debate. It's an enormous political cluster, this climate.
it will be solved by the market. The Chinese already have nuclear, not nuclear, but they have solar thermal plants that potentially will be developing electricity in such low price that we have not seen it yet. So we can make electric fuels quite soon globally, and that will solve the climate issue.
And I will take Anders, and then I'm going to brutally wrap up this very interesting panel.
Good points, and I also think that a little bit provocative, but we talked about earlier as well that we need more speed, more actions. And I think we actually need something like democracy 2.0, because we are so slow with the current setup we have, and sometimes I'm a bit envious, even if we don't want dictatorship, but god damn it, China is quick and gets things done. How can we do that but still being a democracy? Where is that? So I'm looking for democracy 2.0, because the world has the slowest pace currently. It will only become faster and faster, the pace of change. And we are lacking behind, so we need something new.
And with that somewhat spicy debate, I will end this panel discussion and thank my panelists for keeping up with me.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we came to an end of that session. It was very educational. It was comprehensive. There are warnings and threats up there, but there is also a hope. So, I thank you, all the participants' engagement in these important issues. Together, these insights have highlighted how energy, infrastructure, law, and security are interconnected, and how cooperation is key to safeguarding the future of our region, world actually, not only our region. Now there is a fun part to that. Now we will proceed to the Åland Maritime Museum, where we can continue our exchanges, discussions, also challenge each other either security-wise or climate-wise. The buses are waiting outside. Thank you once again, and I look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Done. Thank you, Melody.